Hey fellas. Hey everybody. It's me. Your favorite little munch man that dances on the stream. Let's go sweepy stream. Thank you, Vise. Thank you. So I'm gonna get Jake an emotional support gator. Me first. If we're handing those out, I want one first. Chance to be a big shot. Be a big. I keep saying one day I'll update my fucking, like, my, what do you fucking call those? I guess title card and ending screens, but shit, I don't even know what to use. Company mandatory yapping hours, real yap hours. I'm up in chat, straight yapping it, and by it, I mean the chat. Yeah, you better be yapping the chat, not your peanuts, or you're gonna make stream very angry. Kick inebriated crocodile. Headbutt intoxicated reptile. Jake visits Florida. Damn, I just remembered what happened to Wally, the emotional support gator. That only sounds vaguely familiar, but by what you're saying there, I'm going to assume something terrible happened. Punch Drunk Jake parade. Start already? I'm gonna throw a brick at you. Are you fucking kidding me? You do not command the streamer to start. The streamer will start when the streamer wishes to start. Ah. Slap sober. Come get me, Jakey boy. Oh, Jesus. Cold open with Green Spectre? Yeah. Fuck yeah. Look, guys, you already know I like Green Spectre, because I like Olivia. And since we're reading a fucking Wani fanfic tonight, it's the Wani OST. It was either this or Stego Starry Night, and I kind of just wanted to get me some fucking Green Spectre in, alright?
Hi, Shima, we missed you.
I know you guys did. I guess it's explanation time.
I guess it's time for me to explain my sins.
I was planning on streaming yesterday, as I had said on Saturday. Yeah, I was planning on streaming yesterday. We were gonna do like a little bit of reading, but we ended up doing an impromptu community night in the Discord, and I don't know, I was having a good time, so I decided I just wasn't gonna stream and just keep playing Gmod. It was fun shit. But today I was like, okay, I need to start earlier in order to make up for that. And then patented exhaustion kicked in, and I was in bed. I think the announcement I made on Discord to say that we were gonna be live is that let's see here. Let me pull it up so I can quote it directly. Sleep-pilled and tired Max Gamer finally crawls to his setup to read people their funny little stories. So, you know, that's kind of where my brain was at. What do we got next? Gold Feather. Okay. Good one. Good one, good one. I command thee, kneel. Are we gonna talk about the filth riots, pony posters, Keck? We could. Look, if you're part of the Discord, you know that we had to instate some new rules regarding the filth channel. I guess I can provide a little more context. I mean, I made a pretty thorough post about it in the announcement board, but essentially we were just tightening up our reins on the fucking filth channel just so that way things don't get too out of control. And people are more in line with, or like their expectations are more in line with what we want to make sure is in there, right? So that way somebody doesn't like fucking post something absolutely ridiculous and they're like, what? Rule not say we can't post, so I post. And then we have to go, oh, gosh, fucking damn it. So it's just kind of covering our asses at this point and making sure we're all good to go on that front. And then the extra rule of, hey, keep the filth shit in the filth channel. I mean, that's just kind of self-explanatory. it was obvious that we were starting to kind of let that bleed into other channels, like discussions about that, and you can kind of start seeing like people being like, I don't know how I feel about this. And I mean, Jake had put it pretty good. We're becoming a bigger community at this point, and it's probably not the best optics for someone to join up and see people in the general chat talking about how people are both feet and diaper posting. So we went ahead and said, no, don't talk about that in general anymore. Keep that shit in filth. I will say it was kind of funny because I think for like the day after that, filth chat was pretty fucking quiet. I think they were all like twiddling their thumbs, looking at each other from across the room like, oh yeah, so who's gonna step out into the line of fire first? No more giving birth in VC. Yeah, that type of beat. We tired sleep maxing tonight. I still might do like I mean, look, I can say I'm gonna do 2 chapters because we're starting on a bloody knuckle interlude, and those are shorter chapters for Punch Drunk. But we might even get 3 chapters because recently my sleep has been, it's pushed forward. That's why I was tired so much today, because I haven't been able to sleep as much at night because I just haven't really had the kick to get in bed and pass out. So I've been passing out during the day. But we'll see. I know that making promises gets me freaking owned every fucking time. So, alright, let's pop back over to the YouTube chat. It's him, the fool who promised to read extra long and is dead already. I'm not dead. I was dead, but I have resurrected, like Jesus Cristo. That's blasphemy, right? I'm not a religious person. Mr. Sleeper's here. Mr. Jim, you sound out of it, dude. You gonna make it? Oh, I'm fine. Guys, I'm not... Guys, if I was like... I have energy right now. If I was like... Hey, guys. I'm not good tonight. Then I could see you guys saying, Mr. Streamer, put hand on your shoulder. Are you okay? Blasphemy against the Holy Spirit. I thought it was the Son. The Son, the Father, the Holy Spirit. But wait, they're all one, is... God damn it, I don't want to get into that. It always makes my brain spin. Mr. Creamer, how are you handling the heat wave? AC, my guy. I don't go outside, that's how. Might have been... Let's see, what was the high today? Hold up, grabs my phone. Flicks open to the funny weather app. The high today was 93. But I kept it like a nice crisp like 69 in my apartment. So I'm good. Isaac joke just flew over him like a B-17 bomber. It's true, Lassiter. Bro promised extra thick reading. Bro sounds extra dead. What do you mean I sound extra dead? Have I just not been around enough recently? I know I was off for a week. Did you guys forget what my default demeanor is? Evening again. Evening, sleep with you. Hello, chat, Mr. Stream. Hello, Sierra. He had no idea what he got himself into. I have an idea what I got myself into. I just am not good at cashing the checks that my fucking mouth writes. That's all. Hey, Cookiner. Some naturalist stole someone's gator and set it loose in the bayou. The pet gator is probably dead since it was raised by people and doesn't know how to hunt. Gotta love people who think they know what's best for an animal when they don't know jack diddly. Keep up the gaslighting, guys. We're winning.
You're just trying to get me riled up. You're trying to get me fucking spun up so I start saying some crazy shit.
Wally the Gator was kidnapped a few months ago. Hell yeah, I was waiting for the next read.
Yeah, I know a lot of people were because I had no reading last week, so they've been like, they haven't had the reading for 2 weeks and they've gotten really angry about it.
Re-inspector Olivia, the colored fixer. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. We're PM pilled. Of course, tipsy water reptile. Re-inspector team. Thunderdome. Mr. Streamer, any plans once you hit 1,000 subs? I think the only plan I had said was like I'm gonna give like Lanny and Laster mod privileges for a day and just close my eyes and see what happens in the Discord. But in terms of streams, I don't fucking know. Maybe I'll just like poach a bunch of people for a stream and we'll have like a bunch of artists and creators online at the same time and do something fun relating to that. Don't remind me about the filth channel, oy vey.
It's been fixed now. It's all good. Yay!
Adding Cars into the art of category for what he posted. Cars definitely fucking mask offed. He just said, you know what? If people are gonna call me a villain, that's what I'm gonna be. Here's the thing too. I feel like Artiv isn't even the most wild Mia poster anymore. You know what I mean? I feel like Artiv has even like stepped forth and had restraint. Still remember when some PETA guys stole someone's dog off their front porch, held it for like 5 hours, and then euthanized it? That's normally something after like 3 weeks. They also never checked the microchip and thus never called the owners. Can't remember what happened from that. That's ridiculous.
Nobody's come for this dog in 5 hours. I'm gonna freaking kill it. It's the humane thing to do.
No, jackass. Me tapping my fingers together. Oh boy, it'd be crazy if someone had an idea for Mr. Streamer's 1K. Vice, I put my hand on your shoulder. What the fuck are you planning? No, I need to be concerned. Hey, Mr. Streamer, did you get your Olivia t-shirts? Not yet, no. I will be buying stuff from the store. That much I can promise you. How else am I supposed to cosplay Oliver? Free my boy Art if he innocent. He ain't innocent. I just don't think he's the prime villain anymore. From the Mia poster side. Art if it's anything but innocent. What happened? I don't know what that's in relation to. Much has happened. If I start using your yaps as my audiobooks when I do shit. There have been people who want the yaps as like their own master cut. And maybe, you know what, maybe that'll be my treat for you guys. I'll master cut all of the apps from the previous readings all into one master cut. I'll be like, here you go. Since you guys love to yap with me so much, you can have this one. To be honest, I already love it that way even. Yeah, nah, not that. None of that, please. What'd I do? What the fuck? I see. I just don't have things to post in filth. I mean, that is fair enough. Bro should make ACs based on Wani Snoot characters and do PvP. I thought you were talking about air conditioners, and I was so fucking confused what you meant by that, Baroth. I think we toyed around with like an idea like that. I mean, I've said before, I think having like some kind of community type deal with Armored Core would be pretty fun. Just seeing what people put together. And just doing some fucking scrims. Car's also spite pony posting in Dino channels. Is he? Might have to fucking smack him on the nose. I haven't been like keeping up to date with the Snoot and the Wani channels because sometimes what happens is I'll get behind on those channels and it'll be like, you have 5,000 messages to get through, and I'm like, I can't do that. We pulled out the firing lines. Muskets.
Bang, bang, bang.
Next 3 chapters are pretty short, all things considered. You might knock 4 out. Chapter 10 is a big one. Oh, he's behind on chat. Got it. Yeah, it was a little bit behind. You know how it is. But if these next 3 are short, then I could probably knock all 3 of them out. Easy pleasy. And then if I'm really feeling it, maybe I'll get a fourth. Maybe it will be a fucking wild night. Who knows? Random dino fact of the stream: the only dinosaur we know the noises of is Parasaurolophus, and its crest resonation chambers. The sounds it can make are haunting. Well, when you say something like that, I feel obligated to go look. Alright, here we go. Parasaurolophus sound. Dinosaur. Just sounds like motherfuckers playing an instrument. Okay, and he has shit his pants. All right. Back to the music. I want Stego Story Night. Where the fuck is Stego Story Night? Come forth. Step forth so that I may play thee. That's Muddy Wheelchair. Shit, did I miss it? Stego Starry Night. Stego Starry Night. Hell yeah. Imagine hearing that shit in the misty mangrove forest. I'm shitting. Mr. Stream, any plans on reading Bowling for Mia? Fuck is that? He was born in the exhaustion, molded by it. Alright, dude, if you're saying you're good, you're good.
Yeah.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I didn't even have to get any energy drink. I'm good. I've got regular guagua though, because I like guagua. And hydration is important, everybody. Make sure you're drinking your guagua. Let the yapping continue. Eagle moments. I must say, Mr. Creamer last stream was certainly smashing. Sure shit fucking was, man. I feel like I gotta add like a, I don't know, one of those cursed faces into the server as like a sticker or some shit. I just gotta do it. Man, when you started the stream, you sounded like you just met Artiv IRL and had to fight for your life. Did I? Do I need to listen to the fucking stream? I thought I came out, like, pretty good. Hold up. Live. I read, you listen. Click onto the stream. Can I read? Yeah, I can rewind this to the beginning. Okay, here we go. Pause this. Play this. Hey, fellas. Hey, everybody. It's me. Your favorite little munch man that dances on the stream. Let's go, Sweepy stream. Thank you, guys. Thank you. So I'm gonna get Jake an emotional support gator. I came in a little low energy, okay, but that wasn't like dead Mr. Streammore. That isn't. I just needed to power up. Keep in mind, I rolled out of bed like, at that time, 15 minutes ago. Sounded mildly depressed. No, I was okay. Stepped off the plane and the meme I made after I shrieked, "We're gonna crash." True. Jake's over here just making those fucking memes with the Humo mascot, and I can fucking appreciate that.
Who?
Or got beat by Susie or something. Susie would not hurt me. Susie is a good gal after all, as long as you don't piss her off. Woohoo, come Drunk Gator returns. Leave it to Hilichurl to be the first person to say come in the stream. Laney gets God mode. It will be kind of like, here's the thing, Lanny's too nice to do anything with the god mode. Lassiter, however, I expect deleted messages. I expect Lassiter to be fucking sniping people. Not banning them, but at least sniping them. Like, you know, blowing their leg off or something. Lanny, if I gave Lanny a gun, he would sit there and be like,
Oh, jeez, I can't shoot anybody. It would be so mean. What would Ben think?
Literally, you're an interesting creature. Hey, Mr. Gator, reading the next chaps of Punch Drunk Streamer? What would Punch Drunk Streamer be like? Looks at Jake with my big punch drunk eyes. I've literally spent whole day slandering you today. What do you mean, restrain? Did he slander me all day today? They fucking from art it. Oh goddamn! I gotta turn like fucking streamer mode off so I can actually do the from artiv. From artiv. Motherfucker! Goddamn it! Streamer mode off. Let me do my thing. There we go. Okay. Okay. Let's see. I'm not gonna leave damn. So this is just his cars and talking about. So this is a lot of feet talk. That tracks. Yeah, request. Okay. We can't help if Humo is ashamed of who he really is. Oh yeah, he did say that, didn't he? Right. So there's the ongoing, like, the ongoing theme. I don't know when this one started, that, like, I'm a closeted Mia poster, even though I've gone on record saying I would, like, fucking thunder cunt the bitch. But that's good. That's fine. That's just Artiv trying to, like, he's casting out his line and seeing who jumps on it, you know, and then reeling that shit in. Spot on Lanny impression, 10 out of 10 would listen again. I've listened to La Critura long enough to be able to kind of get into his mindset. Poor guy without the internet, or without his like fucking power though. Hopefully that gets fixed soon. The Money Snoot characters were held at gunpoint. Who out of the fanboy and chum chum cast would they spend the weekend with? I don't remember enough of the fanboy and chum chum cast, or at least their names. I'm gonna keep getting more chaotic as time progresses. Bring up fanboy and chum chum wiki if you need to, Mr. Kramer. Fuck me. Look, when I catch him on YouTube chat, maybe you'll get that. Yap, the Yapster cut. The degenerate Yapster cut. He did, not to my knowledge, no. Naomi's song sets chills up your spine. Bootleg whale or foghorn. Actually, proof Naomi and Mia sound like shit. Bowling for Mia at AO3. I guess I'll take a look at what the fuck that even is. Bowling for Maya. Okay, what are our tags here? We got drama and romance, tragedy, sad, eventual romance. And we've got Anon, Mia, Ripley, Trish, Reed. Oh no! It's in Spanish! I can't read this! Kicks it over to the English auto-translate. A few months after losing Fang, Anon lives his days doing absolutely nothing and wasting his life until during a visit to the cemetery he meets an aggressive parasaur who would help him get out of his hole. Anon / Miafic. Okay, well there you go. I don't know. Maybe at some point. I gotta finish what I'm reading right now. On another Lanny seems very fanboy aligned. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like Lanny's more chum-chummy. Looks at weak Jake who needs energy drink. So I'm gonna get that boy a monster. A monster. Isn't billing for me entirely in Spanish, just like who will dry my tears? Yeah, it appears so. Add the zombie schizo. That's a good one. Last stream did not happen, there was nothing. Well, technically, last stream happened. You know, that was the community night. The stream before last stream, which was right before it, that stream you could say maybe didn't happen. Parasaur lovers are Mexican, it seems. They are a varied peoples. I woke up to that mod ending. What a way to digest that shit. Mr. Streamer needs to make Chat Livia and Chat Inko and did Chat Nigel 1 and 2. Oh, I could do that. Hold up a sec. Hold up a sec. We can do this real fucking quick. Save image. Okay. We're doing good. Keep it rolling. Jump into here. Add image. We'll just call it im2. Alright. Wait, where the fuck? Why am I in OBS? No, go to downloads. This. There we go. There we go. Copy. Paste the duplicate. And then flip. Flip horizontal. There you go. You got Nigel 1 and 2 now.
See, you sounded like you just woke up, dude.
Well, I kind of did just wake up, so I mean, I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one. What's the most cursed moment you've encountered in a Snoot Wani mod? Oh boy, there's a handful of them. There's a handful. Trying to think which one jumps to mind the fastest. Probably Binky Olivia. I don't know, that one just like... That one like took me out of for a minute. The Lunara NTR mod. Well, I haven't played that one, so I'm good. Have you done Voices of the Void? I think they had some considerably large updates recently. Could have a mini Olivia sit at your desk. I haven't done Voices of the Void recently, no. I know, like, I had done it like back when Wani released, but I could probably give that another go at some point. Though I'd probably want to make like progress like in the stream before, like on a new save. That way I can actually get to the new content. Man, you sounded like your soul was trying to escape back to the underworld. Margaret Thatcher has more life in her than you did. Brother, I wasn't that bad. You guys are like exaggerating this shit. I heard there's a Read NTR mod in the works. Hell, it might already be out. Guys, why do we have to make NTR mods? Why can't we just make like some other rando skinny that just shows up in the situation alongside our main protagonist and then gets the other dino? That way we don't have to cuck our main squeezes. Please? Please? Bro's like an old car, gotta warm up before he does things. That's why I have a yap session before I read. That way my voice has its time to come out of its shell. And then we're good. Streamer in Wani PJs. Guys, I just sleep with a t-shirt and shorts on. I don't have like designated PJs. I think it has Mpreg. What the fuck? Goodness gracious. Did he open hell for a split second? Yeah, I'm going down there. I'm gonna do a doom moment and fucking kill all the demons. Lester snipes Lanny in 0.00002 seconds of getting mod powers. Well, that's him hitting him with a fucking hammer like he's promised for so long. Means a Mega Drive? And it will just be like Inko. Instead, I can ban you now. Watch your mouth. He's gonna say,
Bullying's bad, guys. You really shouldn't hurt each other, okay? Now, don't make me use this.
And he pulls out like a comically tiny, like inflatable hammer. He's like,
I really don't want to use this, but Mr. Streamer gave it to me, and if you make me use it, I freaking will.
he'll have like a big blueberry stain on his mouth. Because, you know, he has an obsession with blueberry stains for some fucking reason. Punch Drunk Streamer is just Dorian somehow finding his way into main canon Wani E3. Okay. Herm. Oh, Bond did a fucking raw. Alright. Rah! There we go. I would win if you gave me S&W 500 Bone Collector. Yeah, most people would. Dorian decks Ben outside the pain residence before he can talk shit. Oh man, I really wish that we were able to do that in fucking E3. I would have fucking gave him the haymaker. Told his ass to get the fuck out of here. I still think that one of the moments that was in E3 that should have been in E4 was telling Ben to fuck off. Holy shit. That was such a cathartic moment. Love drunk female. The cops are after you? I have done nothing wrong. Tax evasion is not a crime. Total paradeath or something like that. Launch parasaurs into the sun. Yeah, we can see what happens to carbon-based life forms when they hit the sun by using parasaurs.
Hello, chat.
Hey, Anon. So, last stream we found out that Ardiv was a glowy. You know what you need to do, Mr. Streamer.
Kill Ardiv. Kill Ardiv.
Tax evasion is only a crime if you get hit. True. You have to balance your tax evasion with your cop evasion. Now we're going through an amethyst cave. We have to charge our chakras, make sure we're aligned. So the amethyst cave is a good way to do that. Only when Jupiter's throbbing, though. How long until D-Axe kicks Mia into the pavement? Who knows? Every time I see Naomi, I want to fling her into the sun. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I feel like we can work with Naomi. I feel like she doesn't have to die. No, if you still want to kill her, I can't stop you. Throbbing Jupiter, Lanny moment. Well, you know, when Jupiter is throbbing because Saturn's in its big phase, it just the right cosmic energies are being output to help you feel just like 2% better. You just have to accept it in your heart. Just bought I Want to Hug That Gator. What the hell is going on? Is going in here? I'm very concerned to proceed. What? I mean, you shouldn't be. Okay, you know what? I kind of just realized what's on the screen. I kind of just I forgot that I had that there, so I can't blame you. You know, maybe we should like take those off. we should play it. I mean, does this make it any better? You can read Finnish, Mr. Streamer. You can read Spanish. I can't read either. Have you heard me try? That shit sounded like ass. Since Jupiter's just the Roman equivalent to Zeus, they kind of all lines up. 70 pounds of gator ass. I could lift that. That's why I can't read that as well.
No, never.
You can read it, Mr. Creamy, you just won't understand anything, you monolingual. Yes, I am a filthy monolingual. You may throw your bilingual rocks at me. Spanish and Finnish are completely different languages.
No. They're all just a bunch of jumbles of letters. All you gotta do is read.
Tomato. Emma reads fanfic every week. We're 6 chapters into the current one. Correct. Jake Parade would know this acutely, because this is his fic. Bro just went, nah, I'd win before getting his neck broken by the immense weight. Look, if you're dropping 70 pounds of gator ass on my neck, then yeah, my fucking neck's probably gonna break. But if you're asking me if I could lift it, yeah, I could lift it. Can you truly say you have the indomitable human spirit if you can't lift 70 pounds of gator ass? That's what I'm saying, man. I actually took my my buddies to the gym when they were here. So, like, I had Jeremy in Utah. And I was like, okay, I'm going to put you on the bench press and see how you do. So, Utah got, I want to say, they could probably do like 35, but couldn't do 40. Jeremy was able to do just about 100, I think. But like anything past that, he wasn't able to do. And I hadn't been exercising in a while, so like my arms were like just fighting me the whole time. But I was able to do at least one at 200. So if I get back into exercising, I think I could fucking lift Olivia if I try hard enough. Insert joke about the Florida man getting a gator by the neck and yeeting it back into the pond. Well, that's Florida man. Florida man has like different buffs than I do. It's like a racial bonus, I think. Read a Spanish one shot for the hell of it. That could be a good idea when I think about it, huh? Mr. Streamer, what's your favorite energy drink? I really don't drink much energy drinks. The only like type of energy thing that I sippy on is Gamer Sups. And that's just because I was like, you know what, let me give it a try. And it helps a little bit, but I don't think I like respond acutely to caffeine. I have a more dulled response. Swole is the goal, size is the prize. I just like being strong. I'm not the kind of guy who's like going out there trying to like look fucking shredded. That requires too much fucking maintenance. I'm good. I just want to be able to like know that I can lift shit. So remember the Florida man who honked a gator on the head with a rusty bonked a gator on the head with a rusty frying pan. Did it make like a satisfying noise? Can I get a recap? I forgot everything. We could probably have like a quick recap when we actually start getting reading. Yes, it did. Fuck yeah. Bitch, I'm Mexican. I hate those bitches. Still waiting for Mr. Streamer to read the fic where Mia twerks for Inko. Oh god, no. Why? Chat smashing. Yeah, okay, so this is where we got the Nigel. God damn it, I hate when fucking YouTube chat slings me back to the bottom. And then I gotta scroll up and kind of reorient myself. And what fic might that be, Hilichurl? I need to know for research purposes. Oh boy, here we go. Hilichurl's about to start spreading. Hillabrain. Gigabrain Naomi was funny to me. Oh, that shit was fucking hilarious. Right up to chapter 13. I like Jake's use of the pit. Good shit. The only Naomi I like was the cute, nerdy, and shy Naomi in that bonus chapter from before she became a perfectionist. But guys, we can bring her back. We can fix her. We can show her that perfectionism isn't everything. Who'd win in a fight, Dorian or Tokemi? Well, I mean, I've seen Dorian fighting, but I've also seen Tokeme do like literal heat moves. Jake would be a better person to ask. But just from what I've seen, I get a feeling, Tokeme. Between those two, I think love would win. Smile. True, maybe they'll just like grab each other by the back of the heads and make out passionately. Bleach's brain cutely. I love cute Bleach. Thank you, Mr. Streamer. My day has been made. What can I say, guys? I'm a people pleaser. Oh wait, it's not June anymore. We can still have a little bit of pride as a treat. Wait, have you cleaned your Snoot game from the Nigels? No. I'm gonna forget about it up until the day I load it back up and I'm like, oh yeah, this is the thing. Yeah, they added a 3D printer and epic vents. Huh? Oh, for Voices of the Void? I see. What the fuck? I looked away from the stream for 5 minutes and there's Nigel on the stream. I shoot from the hip. Also, there's a YouTube link here. What is this?
Dog scares an alligator away.
I know. Go away. I know.
Damn. Homie said I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Dog scares an alligator away.
Let's see that again.
I know. Go away. I know.
Homeboy was like, nah, I'm good. I don't want any heat.
Gee.
That was a bitch ass gator. Bro skedaddled. Man, what the heck? I need to link the sauce. Life is pain. They wouldn't fight. They do the Arnold handshake and turn on Mia. Mia would be cooked. Second Nigel's got to the stream. I'll leave now, I swear. I don't follow even, but not the smashing Nigel. I beg of you. Well, smiles. Kids are cruel, Jack. He fulfilled request. My request for the man himself to be on stream. Yep, see? You don't have the designated plaid pants? No jammies? No, unfortunately I don't, Bon. I unfortunately don't. My wardrobe is quite simple. The most I'll get is if I'm really cold, I'll put on some sweats and some socks. To be fair, I'd make an exception for Lunara. Oh my god. Stream settings. It's so be making me a bit sad that y'all think I'd actually abuse my power if I got a mod gun. I'm pretty sure you wouldn't actually do it, Lasser, but it's fun to imagine you just being like some vigilante and just gunning people down in the streets with your own brand of justice.
Gotcha.
Oh my god, the puppet mod infected Chat Livia and Chat Inco. Nigel jump scare. Other rando skinny. Despite my creative block, I have an idea for a side skinny to violently yet nicely humble Trish Mia with a taser. Look, that's all I'm saying. I think if you want to redeem Mia, you have to humble her with violence. Lunara gets me laser focused. I'm with it. What does Lunara even have, guys? You just like the fucking color scheme or some shit? I see this as soon as I open stream.
Yeah. We get a little quirky here.
Nah, I'd win turned into nah, I'd smash. Tax evasion is not wrong.
Tell that to Wesley Snipes right there.
It's my money, and I deserve it. At the very least, it ain't Nigel's kid. Ooh, Donnie.
What are you talking?
That's Donnie, right? Don't fucking hiss at me, Baroth. Get a fucking water bottle and I'll start spraying it at you, you little shit. Now, Mr. Bigman is speaking fact. You know, I wasn't even going to show up on stream because I haven't caught up to Humo reading this fic, but if I hadn't, you wouldn't be blessed with such beautiful screen. Enjoy, chat.
It's my money and I want it now.
More like throwing that trigger to the sun. Truly a base comment, I agree. Bjork. Leave me alone. Mr. Streamer, do you like Warhammer 40k? I don't know much about Warhammer 40k. The most I've exposed myself thus far is like Vermintide. And that's to the Warhammer universe. I have Darktide, but wait, that is the name, right? Darktide? I think it is. I need to play that with Iron, and I think he wanted to get Bon in on it too. At some point. I get it, streamers behind the stream online, like leagues away. But Hominoto's performance, act, and accent, man just made Blin sound legit Russian. Even Russians cannot do that impression. I would beg to differ, but I appreciate the words. I think a Russian probably could do a better Blin than me. 4 whole plates, good work, Humo. Fucking racial bonus. I'm Florida man. I'm a short walk away from visiting the Olivias.
Tell them I said hi.
Oh great, Barrel took out his fucking clock tower shears again. Fucking brilliant. Thought we took those away from him. Are Inko and D Florida men? Oh. How hard do you think Goku would throw Mia in the sun? Mia wouldn't even be a blip on Goku's radar. You gotta remember at this point, Goku's a literal fucking god. In terms of strength. Mia's power level is like 1, maybe 2. Start stealing all your ice cream sandwiches. If I had ice cream sandwiches, I'd be mad. But I don't, so that doesn't hurt me. Florida man gets a Gator Whisperer buff, if you didn't know. That's what I'm saying, they got a lot more traits than I do for that kind of shit. Florida man is a racial bonus, but Australian is just an evolution of the British. Yeah, it's like a side class you can go off of. Force Jake to recap. Australian is a side grade to Florida man. Australian is a Neanderthal Florida man. Got a lot of opinions on how Australians fit into the meta, I see.
I eat your sandwiches. I eat them up.
Oh, so you keep bars of soap in the freezer too? I don't use bars of soap. I just use liquid soap. Bars of soap are just asking for you to accidentally drop it and then have like a very sad moment where you're like, now I gotta reach over and pick it up. Wah. Yeah, but I wanted to. I mean, if you want to like, if Goku had to kill Mia, yeah, no, she would go in at Mach 50, I think. I didn't ask if you used them. You leave the fucking freezer soap alone. I use those to like pelt people. When you get it nice and cold, it's got good impact. Still waiting for Inko and Anon kissing. Excuse me, I need to stop zoning out. Please don't ever say Hilly Churl is spreading ever again.
Okay, Jake, I'm sorry. It's just that people were asking for something that he was talking about, and I thought it was gonna share a link, and it was all gonna be over, and I'm sorry, Dad.
It's like replacing the cream in Oreos with toothpaste. I hate you. I hate you. Don't ever say that again. I like to think the Florida man is just the natural state of a person from the bayou, but Australia is the natural state of a British man in either a deserted island or a prison. So it's like the desperate British man. Also, thank you for the follow-up, Pineapane. The parasites are spreading. Mr. Kramer, play the Seth Rogen laugh on loop. We already did that bit. You gotta wait at least 5 to 10 business days, 5 to 10 streamer days before we do it again. Not fix or support her. We've learned this lesson already. Come on. No. You can't support Mia until you've fucking cracked through her with a nice right hook. Alright? Once you've done that, you can start working on it.
Alright, Wasabi. Or piece and shit.
You truly are a cursed little fucking creature. I'm not letting you anywhere near my fucking Oreos. What would a kiwi be then? God damn it, Mr. Streamer. In chat, why I'm driving, you do the funny shit.
I don't know. I just say what they type in the chat and I extrapolate.
Next time you're in NY, lace the bird feed with laxatives and await the chaos. Yeah, let me just commit like fucking eco-terrorism. I'm from the future, at least a few hours ahead. Does it make me the Terminator? I don't know. If I dip you in lava, are you gonna come out? Or are you gonna burn? Gators run, silly. Oh yeah? You try running on 4 legs, you little shit. Here you go, Olivia. Life is great in the Sunshine State. Nigel's not real. It cannot hurt me. You're right. Nigel isn't real. Raccoon Raptor is the best raptor. And Donnie jump scare. Vermintide isn't 40k, you idiot. That's Warhammer Fantasy. Entirely different universes. Never make a mistake again. Yeah, whatever, nerd. Yeah, whatever. They both say Warhammer. I do play Vet on Dark Tide.
Nerd.
Yeah, somebody get the nerd emoji out real quick. Haven't been watching the Punch Drunk streams because I wanted to read in my own time. Dropped in to say hi. Hope everyone's enjoying your night.
Yeah, I hope you're having a good time too, Sarge.
You're the scum of the universe, and I'm getting sick of it. Nope, Lean was perfect with your accent. A little gibberish in some words, but who cares? Well, I appreciate the words. I'd say the most Goku do is tell Mia to chill out. Hey, stop it! Calm down! Also, if you hate your neighbors, put up bat boxes and radio towers. There's nothing they can do since it's protected by law. Fuck you, HOA. Rah. True. HOA telling me I can't put a shrub in my yard? Let's see how they react when I start sending pipe bombs out to their mailboxes. In Minecraft. In Minecraft. Mia's at least a 23. She's much stronger than the average human person. How the fuck do power levels work again? Dragon Ball power level average human. Between 5 and 10. Okay, we'll say that Mia's like a 20 then. I think she's about as strong as like 2 Humies. Send glitter bombs, like the finest kind, biodegradable. Well, yeah, we can't be fucking up the environment because we want to make some people mad. Australians are hillbilly Brits. Mia would have a power level of 4 to 5. I think 2 to 3 is the average. Yes, I'm a Dragon Ball tard.
Well, what I just looked up said that it was 5 to 10. So, how do you respond to that, huh?
Sorry, I was checking some more quick. Soap. What a Muppet name is that? Yeah, we gotta play sometime.
Shut up, Jake, you nerd.
True. True to both. Vegeta voice. This is E1 all over again. Not Mia Naomi, you goofball. Oh, did I read that wrong? I don't fucking know, man. My eyes unfocus. There's also cards that keep making noises until the mini battery gives out. Lasts like 3 days. That's the counter to that is a giant funny hammer. We ready to read? Also, hi. Yeah, we're gonna be reading soon. We're about through our hour. Yap. If you try taking out the battery, it has a protective secondary glitter bomb. Do not touch the battery.
Ah, my eyes!
So trusted you. I thought I could too. So why the bloody hell does Makarov know you? I like that one. Power level stopped being brought up right after the Namek arc. Yeah, I don't remember ever hearing about power levels in the modern thing. I think they just say, oh, you look strong, let me fight you. My Dragon Ball knowledge is flawed. Damn it. Battery surprisingly durable. No, from experience. Been doing some testing, Baroth. Been fucking around with that thing. Scatter stopped existing after Namek, so that checks out.
Between 5 or more. Between 5 or 10? More like over 9,000. It was a funny.
Haters trifling. Nerds being trying to explain. My ears are closed. I do not care. Oh. Stretchy. Got back in 7th grade on April Fools. I fucking see. I cast upon you. Send back to the top of chat. Okay. Mr. Streamer, any plans for once you hit 1k subs? Don't remind me about the filth channel. Oy vey. I'm adding cars into the art of category for what he posted. Here it come. Hey, Mr. Streamer, did you get your Olivia t-shirts? For my boy Art, if he innocent. Okay, I'm bored of that now. I'm coming back down.
1006.
What are Chat Livia and Chat Inco's power levels? Well, Chat Livia is stronger than Chat Inco. If I had to put a number to it, I can't. We'll say that like fucking. Let's see here. We'll say that Chat Livia's like SS3 and Chat Inco's SS2. How about that? Does that appease you? I forgot you were gone for the Dragon Ball RP and VC we had like 2 days ago.
The what? The what?
Huh? Dragon Ball RP. Damn, it's been 2 weeks since last chapter. Yeah. Dragon Ball RP and VC. What? Ask Blue. Great. Now I gotta brush up on some fucking lore. You know, having Nigel was voiced by Tim Curry, and remembering I said Nazar would pull off Tim Curry's character in Rocky Horror Picture Show is kind of funny. Bon wants to know if we'll see Chat, Mimi, and Newa. Okay, I have a question for Bon. Will Roach gut me if I do that? Will Roach put me into a funny box and crush me? With like a big weight? Was there a lot of screaming? If it was fucking Dragon Ball RP, it had to have been a lot of screaming. Parents were not happy. I had to talk to the friend who sent it. We had a bit of a prank Geneva convention after that. One person takes the prank too far and you have to set together a table where you can have a discussion. Figure out what is legal and what is not. What were the punishments if you broke the Geneva Convention? The prank Geneva Convention, that is.
Great, now we have penis music.
When we gonna do that Chat Dino stream? I don't know, man. Are you saying like where we make like a fucking a dino for chat and then chatify them? You guys gotta like settle on a design. But I had the scouter on upside down. It's over 9,000. Ah! And a TFS fan is screaming right now.
That's what I'm saying.
Not Chad Anon would obliterate Chat Inco and Chat Olivia combined. Wrong. Wrong. You forget I have the power to decide that. Actually.
Silence. A paranoid schizophrenic is talking. Listen and learn.
If I were to put a number on it, I can't. Yeah. Yeah, you can quote that. That's a good quote. Also, where are Chat Fang and Chat Anon? You guys just have to wait for another Gorilla stream, alright? That is... What? Is that all I get, Bon? Are you telling me I gotta roll the dice here if I make Chat Newa and Chat Mimi? Just see what happens? See if I get owned? I'm glad I could make it. Just finished reading Bonds. Welcome, welcome. We'll be reading soon. I'm just fucking around right now, like I normally do. Inco and Anon fusion dance. Would that create Inon or Anko? I think I like Anko better. Like Chat Sage and Chat Mimi and Chat Mia. I'm just gonna do like a pile of ashes for Chat Mia. Who is Dorian fusion dancing with? I feel like Tokame. We were talking about him earlier. I feel like they would fusion dance and then destroy Mia. I mean, that makes sense. Look at what they need to mimic only a fraction of our power. E3 Anon. Dorian fuses with Damien to obliterate Mia. Sorry, my brain is mush right now, boss. It's okay. I'll see what happens if I do it. That would be so cursed. All I need is like a small little, like a PNG of Mimi and Newa. You know, like a base to work with. And then we can begin. That'd be so cursed. Oh god, Damien, human skin. Oh my god, my eyes. We do a chat Susie as a treat for streamer. Well, you could just give me the regular Susie. Hold up a minute. I think I got it laying around here somewhere. Scrolls down. Scrolls down to S. SU. What's 1-1? What's this? Oh, it's that one. Okay. Cool, cool. Surprise Vise art. Always nice. Let's see here. What else do we got for Susie? In my images. Ooh, this is a good one, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Hold up. I gotta. Yeah. Little dancey. More like Naomi and Mia fusion dance. The Omega Parasaur. We must take it down. From Boss Roach himself. Fuck yeah. Alright. Alright, I guess we're gonna have a gorilla stream soon, guys, and we're gonna do a funny thing. We're gonna start making some more chat characters. Damien fusion dancing with Dorian would be unstoppable. You'd have durability and strength at that point. Are you a goon or are you a gooner, Mr. Streamer? I am a goon. I'm the kind of guy that if you hired me, I'd be like, alright, boss, what are we doing today, boss? We roughing up some ruffians? We gonna do a little bit of crime, boss? Tell me what to do, boss. I'll go do it for you. What can't you do? Chat Sage is just a loaf of bread. If Chat Sage simply would be me getting a picture of a loaf of bread and putting Sage's face on it, that would be so goddamn easy. Oh my god, I thought he meant Susie. I saw Chat Ussy. Oh, okay. That makes sense why your fucking reaction was so visceral there, Jake. There she is. It's too close to Chat Ussy. Dorian would probably need Patara earring fusion because I don't know. He seems like a guy who wouldn't want to do a silly dance like Vegeta. I don't know. I feel like you could convince Dorian. I feel like you could. We need to make Sage out of pictures of random foods. You mean like, what is it? Hold up a sec. Are we gonna do something like fucking this right here? Hold up a sec. Open image, a new tab. Like this. This is how we make Chat Sage. Wait, Chatinko, come back. Uh-oh, hold up a sec. Alright, I'm good. Preferably cursed or absolutely disgusting, like the NFT right-click pick. Ew, that too? I have not seen that in years. Yeah, that tickled its way to the front of my fucking brain. We got the snootlings, let me find him. Okay. Isn't Gooner. I meant Gooner. Jake is down bad. Alright, it's been an hour and 5 minutes, freak. It's time to pay the piper. I'll pay the piper when I fucking feel like it, which will be like shortly. Get that little freak off there. Alright, Susie, you need to go back. You need to go back into your game. Go. Shoo. Alright, I'm gonna get rid of those like fucking pieces out of here so that way they never get used again. Bam and bam. Remember seeing that back in middle school in the nurse's office? Yeah, that's the kind of place it would be. Any fusion cannon will fail under my killdozer. Based ass message there. Time for peak fiction. In this world's gooner be gooned. That's fine with me. Not quite. Depends on what time, on where in the timeline he is. Early Dorian would need heavy convincing. This sucks real bad. Imagine the Damien and Dorian fusion, but Damien's finger was 3 degrees off. Ruh-roh. I got food poisoning that day and was projectile vomiting. Rough. Wait a minute. We've rounded back around to Green Spectre, fellas. Truly a joyous day. Food Mecha Sage. About Naomi and Mia fusion dance, I was referring to Puppet Palace Trish theory of him being one person in disguise. I freaking see. You bless. At this point, I'm taking almost anything for Sage. Unhealthy choices is living his best and shortest life. Fucking true. The one on the left looks like a king. It's because of the fry crown, truly. We get frickin' fat or shriveled Damiorian. Pained Barney sounds. Green Spectre, the Green Spectre fixer, holy. I'm green and I'm Spectre, out here in my lane. First and last time I ate school food, thanks everyone. The more I think about it, the Damien Dorian fusion would have very comparable personality to Gogeta. Alright, I've caught up on all the chats. I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick. Go get whatever you need, and then when I get back, we'll do the fucking, we'll start reading.
Okay? Okay, bye-bye.
Oh, well, not bye-bye, I'll be right back. Also, I was reading through the chat, and I see Jake is allowing one flip car. I do need to let chat know that the last time Jake flipped a car, it killed him in TTT. So you might not want to flip cars. Just for your own safety. Because I'm such a nice guy. Because I'm such a nice guy. Okay. Let's see. Let's get this shit ready to rumble. Jake was trying to frame us. I got spoofed by Humo Scream. Fucking ratted on. Squints at you, Sarge. Yeah, ratting on people, huh? Made me scream without the S there. Oh no. I don't regret my car death. It was worthy. You know, spoken like a true fucking hero, if I'm honest. All I know is that you messaged me on Steam about going and checking the garage. Oh yeah. Forgot that was there. Someone was asking for a Lunara poll. I think it was cars earlier today. And I was like, we had a Lunara roll. Was unworthy. Was you burying me under props? I didn't want people to see your shame. Jake eating a cinder block by Humo. Nah, Jake's the one who bricks other people. Me and my voluptuous figure have no idea what you're referring to. I understand. I see what you're talking about. You obviously have nothing to hide, Sarge. I'd say you're just lucky that I wasn't streaming it. Found a bag of deli sliced ham in the back of my fridge. That'll do. Get yourself some food, motherfucker. Alright. We're almost an hour 20 in, so it's probably time to get this shit rolling. We haven't read in like over 2 weeks at this point, I think. So keep in mind, when it comes to character voices, my ass is gonna have to refigure out what the hell I was doing. So if it isn't consistent with previous chapters, well, that's why. But hopefully we can do something good here. So we're gonna try and go through Bloody Knuckled Interlude. So chapter 7, chapter 8, and chapter 9 tonight. Jake said that they're all shorter than usual, so I mean the Bloody Knuckle Interludes are always shorter, but the other chapters are shorter as well. So I think we can get ourselves to chapter 10, Jurassic Kick Jabroni. How long is that one? Oops, like jump. Oh, that's a longer one. Oh, that is for sure a longer one. See, how I gauge a chapter length is how big is this bar. See, these are bigger bars, so they aren't too long. And this is the biggest bar, so it's the shortest. Mr. Stream, I forgot how to read. Yeah, I have to like flash the English language back into my brain and how to do pronunciations. And I trust that Jake isn't about to whip out some like fucking Finnish on me. Though I get the feeling that just to spite me, he would put like Finnish in a future chapter for the hell of it. Just increase the bar size, then the read is not long. Holy shit, I didn't think about that. Okay. There's Greek in one chapter. Fuck. I do not look forward to it. Alright. Here we go. Without further ado, because I'll keep reading chat if I don't cut myself off at some point. I'm going to go ahead and jump into Punch Drunk Gator. Chapter 7. Not So Bloody Knuckled Interlude. 3. The day after the party is my little shindig with Ben. We agreed to get it done early in the day, so despite it being the weekend, I still get to wake up early as fuck. Hooray. It's not so bad. I still feel fantastic after the party, so it's not like I'm short on energy. All I need to do is help him set equipment up, and he'll take the pictures for us. Works for me. Gotta know exactly where I'm meeting him, though, so I'll just text him. Hey, good morning. Where are we meeting up at?
Morning, D. We can just meet up at the front of the school. You need a ride?
thanks, but I'm just gonna take the metro. I'll see you there, buddy.
Yeah, you got it. See you there. Smile emoji.
As I'm sitting on the train heading to my destination, I ponder whether or not I should confront Ben about whatever his deal with Olivia is. He's almost certainly hoping I forgot about it. Whatever. I tap across my phone and find myself going to the school's page. You know, I guess I'll check on my submission while I'm here. See if it's gotten any votes. My eyes widen as I look at the rankings and spot my name. What the fuck? I'm first place? No way. There has to be a mistake. I tap on my entry to view my submission and... That's not what I put in. My blood runs a little cold as I lean forward in my seat, peering not at my graffiti photograph, but a striking painting of a hillside meadow. I can't draw out the finer details on my phone screen, but this is absolutely not what I put in. Shit. Fucking shit. Must be a glitch, right? Gotta bring this up to someone. Ben's the student council pres, right? Yeah, he can help. Now I'm suddenly feeling a lot better about this whole damn deal. Jesus, if I hadn't caught this. With a cash prize and all the magazine shit on the line, there's not a chance in hell I could prove that I did this. I'd get fucked for sure. I just gotta... relax. Ben can help. Or else somebody attempts to calm down, I'm an anxious mess for the rest of the train ride. And after what feels like an eternity, I finally rev at the stop and start making my way down to my destination. Ben is yet to arrive when I make it to the front of the school, so I plop my ass down on a bench and light up a cigarette while I wait. Gotta cool my nerves. I don't know how I figured Ben would show up, but a red muscle car comes swinging down the street. Can't say he was inside thanks to its tinted windows, but as it pulls up to the front curb, I don't have to wait long as its driver's side window starts rolling down. I'm confronted by none other than the red wonder cunt, Mia. She hangs an arm outside the window and waves at me, grinning smugly.
Hey, if it isn't Scarface. I brought old Benny boy over for you. Take good care of him for me, okay?
I have zero desire to deal with this right now, so I only wordlessly stare at her and nod as I take one final draw from my smoke, then stubbing out on the arm of the bench and flicking into a nearby trash can. She looks a little surprised to see me smoking, but look fades as Ben steps out of the passenger side with his equipment, shutting the door and moving to the other side to do some gross lovey-dovey shit with his bitch of a girlfriend before she leaves. They say their goodbyes, and she cuts a peace sign at us both and rolls her window back up, speeding off as Ben approaches me with an upturned brow.
You smoke, D?
I nod as I stand up. Yeah, bad habit, I know. Keeps me going when it gets rough. I tap the side of my skull as I say it, and his eyes seem to widen ever so imperceptibly before he just smiles and nods.
That's okay, D. I won't chastise you or anything like that. We all have our vices.
Expected a dork like him to take it seriously, but I guess he's cooler than I thought. Pull out my phone out of my pocket. So, Ben, before we start, I really need your help with something. He looks at me curiously.
Oh?
I nod, flipping the phone around and showing him the submissions page. Yeah, I don't know what happened, but the submissions page glitched out or something and put someone else's submission under my name. He leans over, scanning the page and going a little wide-eyed as he looks up at me.
Oh dear, you didn't submit that.
I shake my head. Nope, mine was a photograph. Got it on my phone here. I open my gallery and pull up my real submission, tilting the screen back to him. He actually looks moderately impressed by it, but then glances up at me suspiciously. His voice comes out steady.
And you're sure it was a mistake? You didn't have someone fraudulently submit under your name?
I furrow my brow at him. Why the fuck would I tell you about that if I did it? He recoils a bit, and then looks a little guilty for a moment.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Good thing you got it so early. We can get it swapped out for you. I'll talk to Miss Scaler about it first thing on Monday, okay? She'll probably want to talk to you about it too, but considering that this was a mistake...
He shrugs.
It'll be fine, I'm sure.
I shrug too. I only entered just because, honestly, didn't think my submission was good enough to even get close to winning. He waves me off, smiling.
Nonsense. That's a dang fine photo if I say myself. You took that with your phone?
I nod. Yeah. He hums at me, raising an eyebrow.
Impressive. You really do have a good eye. Well, let's put it to use. Come on, let's take a picture of the courtyard. Help me find a good angle.
We set his equipment up and I study our chosen area intently. Damn. We should come at nighttime. I could have sit on that bench under the light there and smoked while you snapped it. Done some kind of contemplative jaw like that. He chuckles, adjusting something on his camera.
As fanciful as that sounds, I don't think the faculty would appreciate it if they found out someone was smoking on school grounds.
I guess not. What if we angle this way and wait for a train to come through on the metro line in the distance over there, and snap it as it goes by? Think that might look good. He cocks an eyebrow.
That's not a bad idea, actually. Let's try that.
He sets the shot up and we wait patiently. Soon enough, a train comes trundling into view in the far distance and Ben lines it up, waiting for the perfect moment. Several clicks ring out and he steps back, studying the pictures. He looks pleased, pointing at the screen.
This is excellent, Dee. Look, we even got some birds mid-flight. The way the sun comes through the trees there is quite nice as well. Look at how the light wraps around the skyscrapers in the distance, too.
I huddle next to him and appraise them. Damn, yeah, these are cinematic. Almost like the opening shot to some high-budget movie. I glance over to him, smirking. I was figuring we'd be here all day, but I think we got it in one, buddy. Ben nods, grinning.
I agree, actually. But,
He rubs his chin, staring off.
I didn't expect us to get it done so early either. Mia might be mad if I made her come back so soon. Maybe we should walk around and try some other spots. It won't hurt, I don't think.
I grunt. Nah. You can just go hang or something, man. I'm still a little wigged out about the submission thing, if I'm honest. I've been taking walks around the city after school here and there. Found this nice little joint not too far from school. Want to get breakfast? My treat. Ben might be dating that cunt Mia, but he's an alright guy. Tolerated my shittiness when I first got here. I don't mind being friends with him, but I'm still gonna ask him about the Olivia thing. He hums at my question.
Well, I did already eat, but it was a late breakfast, so...
He looks at me and nods, smiling.
Sure, I could use some leisure time.
I pat him on the shoulder and start leading us down the street after he gets all his equipment back together. Ben broaches the silence first.
So, Dee, how have things been going?
Pretty good, actually. Spent summer's end yesterday at Damien's house with his folks. They're great people. Ben looks genuinely pleased at that, nodding with a wide smile.
That's fantastic to hear, Dee. I'll be honest with you, I do know a little about your background, why you're here. Benefits of being the council president, you know?
I give him a side glance, but he waves it off.
It's fine. I don't know the whole story, but I know you haven't had an easy time. I'm just glad you're adjusting into St. Hammond as well as you are. Save a few speed bumps here and there.
He holds up a finger, his smile not dropping.
I want to see all of my cohorts succeed. It's my duty as student council president to help where I can, and that includes you, Dee.
I snort, shaking my head with a smirk. You're something else, man. We continue idly chatting until we finally arrive at the place I mentioned. It's some little hole in the wall that only opens for breakfast and lunch. The hostess seats us as we order our drinks and food. Still reeling from yesterday's protein overdose, so I think I'm gonna avoid meat on this one.
Fuck it. Waffles and hash browns it is, with black coffee. Ben orders a vegetarian omelet with some tea, and I cock an eyebrow at him. Aren't you an Herbie? Can you even eat eggs? He nods, closing his menu.
Sure, in moderation. If I make it a habit, it gives me terrible stomach aches and bathroom issues. But beyond that, it won't kill me. Eggs are tasty, so why deprive myself?
I shrug. Well, that's fair. Same reason why some lactose intolerant people still eat cheese and ice cream, I guess. Our drinks come out, and I pick my coffee up, savoring the smell before taking a sip and letting the warm bitterness wash across me. Emboldened by caffeine, it's time to bring Olivia up. I set my mug down gently and lean forward, clasping my fingers together. I wait for Ben to finish taking a sip of his tea before he drinks. Don't want him to choke on it or anything. So, Ben, about Olivia. He flinches a bit as he sets his own cup down.
Oh boy. I was secretly hoping you had forgotten about that.
I shake my head. Yadikin's words about clearing the air ringing throughout my mind. Not quite. I'm not gonna interrogate you, man. I just want to know what's going on with her. You're both friends. If there's something I need to know, I think I should know it. Especially if it's gonna put a strain on my relationship with both of you. Ben takes a deep breath and sighs deeply. He stares into his tea, seemingly figuring out what he wants to say, before glancing up at me.
Is it okay if I don't get too deep into it?
I nod slowly. Sure. Just, give me the gist. He takes a moment to compose himself, eyes wandering the table, before he looks up at me, frowning slightly.
Olivia and I, we used to be friends. Knew each other before high school, even. I tried to help her once, and I did too much, because I really thought I was helping. She got very mad at me, and I didn't understand why, and, well, that was that. Quite frankly, I still don't understand why, but...
He shrugs, ending his sentence there. I hum. Interesting. Alright, I'm good with that. I resolve myself to ask Olivia more about it if I can find the chance as I pick the coffee back up and take a deeper sip. Our conversation returns to lighter topics like hobbies and other boring shit until the food comes out, at which point we busy ourselves eating. Damn, this is kinda bomb. I'll make a mental note to swing by here more often in the future. Eventually, we're done, and Ben offers to pay for his half of the meal before I wave him off and remind him that I said it was my treat. I pay, and we leave. We say our goodbyes, Ben phones Mia to come pick him up, and I set off back towards the metro to take the train home. Soon enough, I'm back in my apartment. God, I should really get some decorations for this place. It's barren as fuck. All I got is a desk, a chair that goes with it, my bed, and some basic-ass kitchen utensils. Ain't even got a fucking TV or anything. Should probably get a laptop, too. I grumble quietly as I pull up my banking app and check my account. Just once, I want to look in there and have a normal amount of money. I know I really shouldn't be complaining about it, but man, what kind of juvenile delinquent rolls around with 5-figure bank balance? I guess the ones who have a father that thinks he can fix all his son's problems with money and not do shit else. Shocked he didn't put me in a fucking mansion with maids and butlers or some shit. I guess he's trying in his own shitty little way. We both took it rough after Mom died. Guess she was the glue that held us together. A sigh works its way out of me as I sit on my bed, staring at the floor. Let my mind wander, tracing its way back through my memories. Some good, many, many bad. Try to snap myself out of the spiral I'm in, but I only have my own thoughts to distract me. Eventually it becomes a ceaseless whirlwind that sucked me deeper and deeper. The roof. not the roof. Finally managed to batter the intrusive thoughts away, shaking my head with a sigh. No. Not ready to confront it yet. I can't. I won't. I can't. I won't. I can't. Fuck it! Pull my phone out and start browsing an online retailer. Ordering some furniture for this fucking place. All this emptiness is depressing the shit out of me.
End chapter 7. Mr. Boss Streamer jamming you the gremlins.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Los gremlinos. Okay, my Discord's on the other side. The badink. There they are, the little gremos. The little gremblies.
Chat. Soon. Soon.png. Soon.png. We will do the thing. They will become chatified. Alright. Ugh, fucking hell. Pretty short chapter, all things considered. I don't know if I was doing the same Ben voice that I normally do, or if I really nerdified at that time. Regardless, I think that was a pretty decent start after not having done it for like over half a month. Ugh. Devious smile over there. Uh-oh. Eyes. Trying to think, when would a good time for another gorilla stream be? I was thinking about doing Chained Together this week. Let me get the fucking screen back up. There we go. We're good now. And I guess I could play a little bit of music while I'm talking for just a minute here. Worthwhile Words, great. I wanted to do Chained Together this week with Jake, Langy, and like one other person, but since Langy computer no worky, or like he's having issues, maybe not this week. So I might be able to find time to do a gorilla stream somewhere along the lines. I do need to check if... I need to check if I'm doing anything tomorrow, because that's usually my watch night, but I don't know if... we're on for it or not. I gotta see if people are busy. Let me drop a message in my group chat and see. That'll help me get my shit going. Gator punch drunk, drunk punch gator, gator drunk punch. You are drunk, ain't we all? Indeed. Very good, very good. Okay. That was a short little intermission. Might as well go ahead and jump into the next chapter. No reason to piss around, right? Okay. Let me get a nice good sip of guagua here. Nice ice cold wawa. Alright, here we go. Chapter 8. Muddled Thoughts. September 25th. Nearly a full month since my arrival at Volcadera. Almost feel like a normal person again. Almost. I want to say I've gotten better at controlling my moods, especially after the party I had with the pains, but they seem to be getting worse when they do happen. Almost like I'm relapsing. I've gone to the pit a couple times to fight now, and it's been helping me from being at my worst. I've been getting some scrapes and more bruises here and there, but thankfully they've been easy to hide. I think this has to do with the art contest. I don't know why, but I'm paranoid about it. Like, it wasn't actually a glitch at all. Like, someone had somehow swapped my submission. Like, they were trying to sabotage me. I got to look at the full thing, and it looked familiar. Too familiar. True to Ben's words, the very next Monday, we both went to Scalar, and apparently once the submission's been entered, the only thing they could do was just remove it. So, there goes that. At the bare minimum, I was offered reimbursement in the form of coupons for a pizza joint. Heard it's a pretty good one. guess they'll come in useful at some point. I hope what I'm thinking isn't true. If I hadn't caught it, it'd be over. I'd be done. Gone. I haven't mentioned it to any of the others yet. Didn't feel like it was prudent. And there's what Ben told me about Olivia. I haven't found a good time yet. I don't want to push her into something she doesn't feel like talking about. Today we did rock climbing in gym, so that was fun. Nearly fell and took myself out, though. Soon enough, I'm in my art class with Olivia. I slumped into the seat next to her with a quiet huff, trying my hardest to ease up. God, I hate this. I feel like a mess. My gaze focuses onto Olivia's doodling. More rats. I only noticed recently, but it's actually a specific rat she's been drawing every time. It's got black fur around its head, save for the eye, which has a white patch. So I'm wearing a cape, swinging a big-ass sewing needle around like a sword. Cool. Been wondering, that your pet rat or something you've been drawing? She glances at me and smiles gently, nodding.
Yeah, his name is Guts. Reminds me of you, actually.
She sticks her tongue out at me playfully as I snort. Guts? Weird name for a rat. I suppose I'm honored. Rats are tenacious little shits. Real strugglers. Her eyes widen briefly before suddenly suspiciously scanning me for ill intent. Cock an eyebrow at her. What'd I say? Her expression returns to normal as she hums.
Nothing. Don't worry about it. Hey, check this out.
She flips over to a new page and holds it up for me, smiling. Ah, the Red Thunder Cunt herself. God damn, she looks fucked up. Tattered clothes, jacket filled with all kinds of nasty looking patches, shitty mohawk, and good fuck, that's a lot of piercings. I grin, which Olivia returns.
You like?
I knew a couple of chicks like this back in my hometown. And you know what? I acted like Mia too. Poster child for anti-Carfay usage. That chick. Olivia quietly cackles as I turn my gaze towards a fat lot of nothing, staring into space. Fuck it. As good as a moment I need to bring this up. I speak without looking at her. Hey, Olivia.
Mm-hmm.
You remember how I put something in for the art contest? She doesn't immediately answer, causing me to look over at her. For a split second, she looks nervous, but now she's back to her usual poker face.
Yeah?
I don't look away from her this time. Well, a few weeks ago, on Saturday when I was doing my photography project with Ben, I checked the submissions page out of boredom while I was on the metro. My submission glitched. Put someone else's under my name. Real shame too, because that shit was in first place. But, yeah, freaked me out regardless. Talked with Ben. We got it squared away with Miss Scaler on Monday after. Had to pull it. Couldn't swap it due to how the site was laid out, so I'm out of that, I guess. Not like expected to win, but still a bummer. Watch her face intently as I talk. No real changes, but that nervous look she had earlier. Was it just worry for me? She speaks up, frowning.
I'm sorry to hear that. Good thing you got it so early, though.
I nod, about to speak again when I'm distracted by the sudden and violent abuse of school property as the Attican essentially kicks the fucking door open, bursting in bombastically. Good morning, good morning! Settle down, everyone. I've got some announcements to go over. I lean back and half listen to his words, my thoughts muddled. Things are finally getting somewhat normal for me, at least as far as school life goes. But did Olivia... Would she... Why? Later on at lunch, the vibes are quiet. It's not something particularly new. This usually happens when I'm having one of my moods. Damie's off getting more food, and Liz is up in the rafters. For all intents and purposes, it's just Olivia and I. I went and got them their usual garbage, but I didn't give myself anything this time. I feel sick to my stomach. Olivia's voice snaps me out of my funk.
You're not gonna eat, D?
I shake my head. Nah, I'm not hungry. She hums quietly, looking back down at her tray. We sit in further silence until my ears pick out the sound of someone walking closer. I look over. It's Ben. Olivia looks up as well, tensing up as she sees him approaching. He gives me a nod in greeting, but focuses his attention on Olivia.
Olivia, Principal Scalar wanted me to remind you that you need to clean up after yourself. Again. Leaving your messes in class is disruptive to other students, you know?
I cock an eyebrow as Olivia remains silent, glancing away awkwardly.
Why does Scalar need to send you to tell her that?
Oh, this is supposed to be Dorian. Why does Scalar need to send you to tell her that? He slips a hand in his pocket and leans on one foot, frowning gently.
She's a busy woman. This is not the first time this has happened.
Olivia scoffs, but otherwise says nothing. I grunt. What's the big deal then? Ben's lips purse as he looks at me disapprovingly.
D, I just spent my entire second period cleaning up her mess because she's not taking anything seriously. I'm not supposed to be Scalar's errand boy, and I'm certainly not supposed to be a personal janitor.
I glance at Olivia. He's got a point. She cocks her eyebrow at him with a distinct expression that says, "And I don't care." I can't help but frown. I guess not everyone is benefiting from my burgeoning friendship with her. Ben doesn't seem to be taking her lackadaisical expression as well as he leans forward, planting his palms flat on the table and staring at her with a small amount of disdain.
Do you know how hard it is scrubbing baking soda out from the carpet once it's dried?
Olivia keeps staring at him with that look, unflinching. Ben grits his teeth and jabs a finger at her.
Can you just not make other people's lives harder?
Olivia's brow furrows, and she's finally about to snap something out when I suddenly lean forward and slam my palm into the table, sneering. Olivia leans back with a shocked expression as I admonish the blue boy wonder. Hey! There's no fucking need for that, McKnight. He recoils, looking guilty.
You're right, D. Sorry. I should have worded it better.
Olivia looks at me, indifferent. I lean back and look at her somewhat apologetically. She didn't need me to defend her. She's a grown-ass woman. Spur of the moment feelings, I guess. I mouth sorry at her silently. She shrugs as Ben blows out a soft little sigh and readjusts his footing, returning his attention to her.
Okay. Olivia, my point is, I'm just trying to say I expect better from you. Alright?
She just looks at him again, flattening her expression back to neutrality as she nods.
Sure, Ben. Sorry. You can go now.
He seems very slightly surprised at this turnout, but returns her nod and turns on his heels, heading back into the crowd. We're both alone again now. Should I? No. Not now. Damien eventually returns with a tray stacked high full of more gross-ass meat, and the conversation at the table picks back up to a normal level. The rest of lunch passes by without issue. Livy's next class is on the way to photography, so she invites me to ride her death trap elevator once again, and I accept. Sure, feeling daredevilish today. On our way through, though, one particular obstacle stops us. Mia, flanked by two other dinosaurs. That hot raptor chick in the blue dress and the bimbo bitch from the first day of school. I'd seen them around, but never talked again. Go figure they're friends with this cunt. Mia looks particularly annoyed to see me, but it doesn't stop her from engaging us.
Hold it, Livia. Gotta chat with you for a second.
Olivia looks more annoyed than anything else, leaning back in her chair and cocking an eyebrow. Mia takes this as an invitation to continue.
My boyfriend ain't a personal maid for you. He was supposed to have lunch with me and spend half of it cleaning up after your garbage and playing messenger boy for Scalar. Learn some fucking adult etiquette and stop making problems for other people.
Her gaze whips up to mine as she sneers. I don't return the expression, but I do stare in her eyes, apathy plain across my face. That seems to piss her off more, and her tail whips to the side in annoyance.
I'm tired of that look, you fucking cue ball skinny. Every time I see you, it's that look. You retarded or something? That scar from a brain injury?
I snort, smirking at her, but say nothing. Her pupils contract as she starts to grow lowly, continuing her spiel.
You think you're hot shit, huh? Scary skinny from out of town. Fucking freak. No wonder you hang around this bitch. A freak for a freak.
I roll my eyes and look down at Olivia, who looks just as unimpressed as me. I jerk my head towards the elevator, and she nods. We both start making our way past Mia, and perhaps surprisingly, she lets us go by, glaring at us the entire time.
Fucking freaks. Never thought I'd see the day some fucking punk skinny would be trying to get into school cripple's pants, but here we are.
Wow. Went there, huh? I snort again, raising my hand and waving her off without looking at her as I finally speak. Real classy, Mia. Any time to go peg your boyfriend or something. I hear her start sputtering and stammering, which gradually turns into a growl that increases in pitch. We're just about at the elevator when I hear Lenara say,
Mia, wait.
And hear the telltale sounds of boots on tile. She starts making her way at us. I whip around and stare at her dead in the eye, causing her to stop in her tracks. She's pissed. But I shoot her a look that in no uncertain terms says, I will do this if she wants. And it won't end well for either of us. Her tail whips back and forth angrily. And I swear she's about to take a swipe at me with it before she steps back, snarling.
You fucking lucky today, you spear-chucking motherfucker. Lucky. Fucking Scarface and Hot Wheels, match made in heaven.
Olivia freezes at that name, spinning around and glaring at Mia.
How did you...
At that, Mia manages a sardonic grin.
Your retarded finhead friend told me during PE. I think it suits you.
Olivia looks pissed for a microsecond before she just grunts, shaking her head as she turns back toward the elevator. I follow her, sneering back at Mia, who now has that fucking stupid smug look plastered across her face, as if that one little quip just won her the confrontation. What a cunt. We both slip into the elevator, and once the doors are closed, we both breathe out heavy sighs as it clunks and begins ascending. I speak first. Fucking shit. One of these days I'm gonna rip that bitch apart. Olivia chuckles.
I thought she was gonna murder you when you said that about Ben to her. Horrible visual, by the way. Fuck you for that.
A little rip of laughter peels its way out of me, which causes her to laugh harder as well. She looks up at me, smiling.
I think you should probably roll with me in the elevator from now on. The more you can avoid me, the better.
And I nod down at her. Probably. Thanks. So, Hot Wheels? She grimaces.
I'm so gonna kill Damien. His loud, stupid mouth. Ancient nickname from when we were kids. It's a long story.
I shrug. I ain't gonna pry.
Thanks.
Rest of the ride is spent in companionable silence, and soon enough we're going on our separate ways to class. Photography passes by uneventfully, but I do contemplate telling Ben about what happened with his girlfriend. Nah. History class slaughters me like it usually does. Maybe I should start bringing nicotine gum to school. Procling yammers and yammers about ancient shit like anyone actually cares, but as usual I'm on autopilot mode and thinking about other shit. Namely Olivia. She's got her hood up, deep in contemplation. I can't imagine that was nice for her, even if we did handle it pretty well. I'm perfectly fine. I used to deal with fuckers like me on a daily basis in my hometown. Part of me wants to ask if she's fine, but no. I don't want to stress her out, especially if I'm going to, well, confront her, I guess. I have to know. I have to. It's the only way I can stop myself from going insane over this. What if she did do it? What then? Just thinking about it makes me queasy. I don't want it all to be ruined. Fuck. Why is this happening? Why the fuck do I care so much? God. I'm such a fucking mess. School finally ends for the day, and like usual, I'm hustling my ass out the front door so I can find a spot to smoke in peace. But I'm snapped out of it as I spot all my friends huddled together by the gate. Fuck. They're all usually hella gone by now. Smoke and wait. I hustle over, and before I can even ask what the hell is going on, Damien whips around to me, worry plastered across his face. D, you believe me, right? I request slightly, shaking my head. Olivia huffs in exasperation, crossing her arms and sinking into her chair. Damien looks back at her, furrowing his brow. I didn't mean for any of that to happen. Tap him on the shoulder, grunting. For what to happen, goofball? Turns back around and crosses his arms, staring at the floor angrily. Mia, bro. When she asked me about the nickname, my big mouth just blurted it out. I didn't expect her to use it for something so unscrumpulous. I hum in contemplation as Liz lowers her head next to Damien, staring at him unamusedly. You don't know what that word means. Damien looks at her for a brief moment, only mildly annoyed. He then returns his attention to me. Who cares? D, really, I didn't mean for any of that to happen. I shake my head. Big man, all you did was blurt something you shouldn't have. It was Mia's choice to act like a bitch about it. Liz rolls her eyes, looking to me in disapproval.
Olivia told us about what happened with Mia. Did you really say that to her, D?
I shrug. Yeah? Fuck her. Damien still seems focused on the nickname bit, though, as he turns back to Olivia, who is currently pouting. Olivia, you loved that nickname way back when we were kids. She rolls her eyes, sitting up in her chair. Liz doesn't give her a moment to speak, furrowing her brow.
You really didn't mean it, Olivia.
At that, she bares her scary-ass rows of teeth for a split second, snarling.
I know already.
She hunches over, crossing her arms and huffing.
You were just being you, Damien. Sometimes I wish you weren't, but whatever.
Her telltale hoarseness starts to creep over her as she attempts to alleviate it with a canteen, but, alas, it's empty. She gives out a rattling sigh and continues anyway, her expression returning to one of neutrality. Okay, so yeah.
The nickname is just that, a nickname. I don't want to hear anymore, especially from Mia, and especially if it's just to get under my skin.
Olivia stares at Damien for a little while longer before snapping her gaze between Liz and I. I hum quietly. Fuck it, I gotta know the backstory. Where'd it come from, anyway? Damien looks at me dumbly, working his hamster overtime. Liz watches him do this, and when he doesn't answer immediately, she sighs and starts speaking.
Okay, I wasn't around for this, but when they were freshmen in middle school, they'd take the bus every weekend to an arcade in the city. I'm pretty sure Damien started using it then, and it just stuck.
At that, Damien seems to snap himself out of his stupor, crossing his arms and leaning back contemplatively as he starts gushing. Sorta? But I didn't come up with it. I'd brought a chunk of change for us to play stuff with each other. A match on just about anything there was a quarter, probably still is. But I don't think I won ever once. Once she stood to win something, It's like a switch went off in her head. I'd never seen Olivia get like that. Some of the teenagers were watching too. They'd solved everything. A couple challenged her once I ran out of cash, and sure enough, she ended up cleaning house all afternoon. It's all she'd talk about at school, the whole week, so we could go back for more. Only took like a month for her to get recognized as some local champion. Sometime along the way, people started calling her Hot Wheels. I don't really remember who or when, but I do know it's proof that she's got that fire in her. We all stand there, looking at him in shock. Jesus, what is he feeding that thing? That's something, all right. He nods. I had fun back then. Guess I forgot I wasn't supposed to bring it up. He looks at the floor sadly. Have things really changed that much? I feel that. Deeply. Olivia narrows her eyes at him.
You still brought it up regardless, though, didn't you?
He steps back and hisses to himself quietly. Sorry. Olivia snorts, shaking her head.
You just can't help yourself. But you're right. It was the best time of my life.
She looks up at him, smiling sadly.
Name Hot Wheels belongs to 10-year-old me, not current me.
I hum. Still a great story, though. Why are you so beat up about it now? Everyone likes being a winner like that, you know? She looks at me plainly.
I'm not.
I cock an eyebrow, inviting her to continue.
I'm not a winner anymore.
I furrow my brow at her and go to chastise her for this shit again, but she holds up a palm to silence me. I grunt and speak anyway. You know how I feel about that shit, Olivia. I think I speak for all of us when I say I want to see you be a winner again. Her breath hitches ever so slightly. Damien's been trying his hardest to keep that part of you intact, and to be honest, now I want to as well. I look up at Liz expectantly, and she nods, smiling. I think I'd like to see why you and Damien are really close friends. Yeah. Oh wait, this is supposed to be Liz, I think.
I think I'd like to see why you and Damien are really close friends. Yeah.
I nod sagely and look back to Olivia with an upturned brow. I put her on the spot here, but I think that's what she needs, honestly. Olivia rests her head into her hands, deliberating with herself as her tail rolls around the floor. Finally, she leans back with a soft grunt.
If you guys really care about it that much, I wouldn't mind it from you.
Damien's mouth stretches into a pog as his entire face lights up. He jumps in place, not unlike Vinny, thrusting his arms up in the air. Yeah! All right! Hot Wheels is back! She cuts her eyes at him. Okay.
Guys now refers to Liz and Dee.
Damien shrinks back with a grin, rubbing the back of his neck. He then leans forward excitedly, beaming. Hey, if we're getting the name back out, we should up the arcade again. Olivia looks at him plainly.
I'd rather not.
He looks away in contemplation. Okay, what about a better name then? Like... He gestures theatrically. Death Roll. Olivia sneers at him and swings her tail at his feet, but he jumps over and starts going on a tangent about nicknames, coming up with all kinds of goofy-ass shit that Olivia is forced to shoot down. Liz and I glance at each other, and we can't help but start laughing. Soon enough, it calms down, and we just end up chatting about the day in general. Or they do, anyway. I start getting a little jittery as I remember how badly I need to smoke. I'm about to say my goodbyes when Damien and Liz finally head off, going their separate ways, and leaving Olivia and I alone. Most of the school is gone too, leaving us well and truly by ourselves. I'm about to tell her goodbye when she looks up at me.
Hey, I'll roll with you.
I stiffen a little. Fuck. God, I'll just have to tell her, I guess. I gotta smoke in the next 5 minutes or else I'm gonna die. Sure. I go to smoke, though. She cocks an eyebrow,
You smoke?
I roll my eyes, nodding. Yes, Olivia, I smoke. Come on, let's get going. She only responds with a hum and wheels next to me as I turn on my heel and start walking. We take it slow as I pull out my pack and slip a ciggy between my lips. She looks at me intently as I light it up, watching as I take my first draw and sigh happily. Look down at her, scanning her face for any judgment. So what? Gonna get on to me? She shakes her head, smirking.
No. I'm just shocked you've been able to hide it from us for as long as you have been. I feel like I should have expected it, though.
I snort, taking another draw and blowing the smoke out of my nose. Wow. Expecting the troubled youth to smoke, huh? Profiling much? She lets out a small snort and yanks her wheels forward roughly, giving herself an extra hard push as she stretches out her arms and basks in the out-of-season warmth. I peer up at the sun with disdain. Summer's in my ass. Still hot as fuck. She looks back at me, smiling.
I don't mind it. I'll take it for as long as I can get.
I cock an eyebrow at her, smirking. Of course you don't mind, you're a dino. She hums in mock disapproval at me.
Now who's profiling?
We share a laugh as we finally arrive on my train platform, the train conveniently arriving at the same time as us. I take one last draw and drop it, snubbing it with my boot. I walk up next to her, leaning down at her side to get face to face with her. She looks a little shocked to see me this close, tinges of crimson rising across her face. Whatever you say, Hot Wheels. The shock quickly morphs into indignation as her tail goes whipping out at me, her face only growing more red. I deftly sidestep her attack into the train right as the doors close. I hear Olivia's uproarious shouting as I settle into my seat, propping my leg on one knee and staring out the window at her with a cheeky grin. She points an angry finger at me, leaning very forward in her chair.
D, you son of a bitch! Get back here!
My grin doesn't fade, and I shoot her a two-fingered salute as the train begins rolling away. She's gonna get me for that later, for sure. But man, that was worth it. The feelings slowly fade as my mind starts thinking about the contest again. Fuck, I could have asked her then, but I got caught up in the moment. A rattling sigh works its way out of me. Fucking shit, this is gonna get difficult, isn't it? Can't keep this up for much longer. Suddenly, I hear a familiar voice snap me on my thoughts. Hey, kid. Fancy seeing you here. I glance over. It's Stefan? Holy shit. He sits down next to me, nodding. How's it going, D? I shrug, looking away. Not great if I'm honest, but it's just school shit. I don't want to bother you with it. I feel his hand clap down on my shoulder, squeezing it gently for a moment. I look at him and he's smiling down at me as he takes his hand away. Hey, I can't have my favorite slugger feeling down. Now listen, kid. Got a daughter your age. I'm used to hearing it. My eyes widen a little at him, and I look away, feeling vulnerable. Do I? Or just start coming out of my mouth, seemingly whether or not I want them to. I go to St. Hammond's, right? They have this art contest they do, real prestigious shit. You can submit whatever as long as it's considered art. Photographs, paintings, digital art, all that shit. So on a whim, I just kinda put something in. Winning it is a big fucking deal. Your submission gets featured in all kinds of high-profile magazines and shit. It was a pipe dream for me, but imagine if I did win. Finally have something fucking worth doing. I like to graffiti. Sure, some guys make careers out of it, but me? God, imagine. I checked my phone one day, and there my name is in first fucking place. First fucking place, Stefan. I couldn't believe it. I check it, and it's not my submission. Glitch in the system, I thought. I meet with a buddy of mine who happens to be the student council president. He helps me get it squared away with the principal. It's all fucking hunky-dory, except they can't fix my submission, only take it out of the running. So now I'm just fucked. Cool. Whatever. But then I started thinking, what if it wasn't a glitch? What if someone did it on purpose? I got to look at the thing, you know? I swear to God, I recognize the art style. One of my friends, this girl, she's fiery. She's in a wheelchair, you know, not that it matters, but she likes to beat herself up about it. I hate it when she does that shit. I just want to see her thrive, you know? But I got to thinking, what if she's the one that did it? I look up at Stefan, unable to help the terrified expression that falls across my face. What if she did it, Stefan? Why would she? If I hadn't caught it and they found out, which they almost certainly would, I can't paint for shit. I'd be fucking done. With my record, it looked like I forced her to do it or something, and I'd lose it all. I look down at my palms and realize I'm shaking. I can't. I can't lose it all again, Stefan. I'm finally getting better. I don't want... Wet spots start to appear in my hands. I'm crying? I don't cry. I feel Stefan's hand on my shoulder again, and I look up at him, now keenly aware of the tears tracking their way down my face. Any other words I have get caught in my throat as I take the expression in his face. Fatherly affection. His voice slips out, softer than I expect to hear from this scarred titan. It's okay, kid. I break in the middle of this train, thankfully mostly devoid of people, burying myself into Stefan's chest and sobbing quietly as he wraps his arms around me. I barely know this fucking guy, and here I am, crying like a bitch in his arms. He doesn't say anything, do anything, just holds me until I finally manage to turn the waterworks off, leaning back in my seat and rubbing my eyes as I grit my teeth angrily. Fuck. Fucking shit. God, what the fuck is going on with me? Stefan gives out a rumbling sigh. You really are just a kid. This certainly is complicated, D. You're friends with this girl, right? There's a hint of something else behind his tone, but I can't place it. I look up at him and nod. He continues. Well, this is gonna hurt, but you're just gonna have to ask her. Might get nasty, but you got to. I think you might have already known that, though. If she did do it, what are you gonna do? I shrug, sniffling quietly as I mutter to him. I don't know. Genuinely. Probably nothing. At this point, I just want to know if she actually did it and why. She's a good friend. Don't want to lose her for something this fucking stupid. He nods, patting me on the shoulder again. Good attitude to have. For what it's worth, I think it'll turn out fine. Despite it all, D, you're a good kid. You're just a little lost right now. But you're on the right path, I think. Just keep steady. Keep coming to the pit, kid. I'll be right behind you to give a smack on the back in the right direction if you ever need it. Alright? I managed to smile weakly at him. Yeah. Thanks, Stefan. He smiles back. Anytime, kid. I think it'll be okay.
Chapter 8 completed. Guys, we did it. Chapter 8. Yippee. Woohoo!
Team Wahoo, step in. Let's go. Oh, there we go. We got a yippee. We got a wahoo. We got a good night. All right, good night, Liquidator. First sign of these emotions. Wouldn't it be crazy if I just like pumped the fucking brakes? I said, hey guys, refer to the title. Chapter 7 through 8, and I just fucking said, you guys are owned now, and like left, just did one of these. Yeah, that certainly would be whack, wouldn't it? Grah, successful PDG reading! Dopamine engage! Get shit on, chat. Brain goes D's when words say D's. True. True and real. Okay. I also have a slight update about my watch night tomorrow. It's like a 90% chance of happening. So, likely tomorrow will not be a stream. But, I'll update in the Discord if that changes.
As I should, you know.
But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and, we're gonna do another chapter. Because this is only what? This isn't even a 2.5 hour stream yet. We can do another chapter easily. Faced with the demand to end stream. This is why I've started calling him Dorian regularly. Verily, 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 life was but a dream. Man gonna sell peanuts in the future, Jake. It's his destiny. Do 4-2, coward. It's a really, really good one. We'll see. We'll see. Hit that chapter with the... He always likes to spit on me when we play T2-2, so maybe I should, like, spit on Dorian here. Yeah, I also gotta see if my throat's good. Because I can already feel the mucose coating my throat. The membrane, if you will. And since I haven't done, like, a dedicated reading in, like, what, 2 weeks now?
Might need to work it a little bit.
Humo a freak. Nuh-uh. You probably won't get hurt. That bad. What, for spitting on Dorian? Or for reading a 4th chapter? Because I feel like Dorian would rock my shit. Just went over and looked at the pits real quick, and we've got Bat 6 in there with just the letter E capitalized. Very cool, very cool. Spit on Dorian's bald head and slap it. Did I not see that? I don't see that in the chat. Did Automod catch that? I'm graveyarding. I think Automod fucking grabbed that. Automod pulling doubles. Dude, that wasn't even a bad one. That was just like genuinely spit on Dorian's bald head and then slap it. Like, what, Automod, what problem do you have with that one? Violense? Would Automod, like, silence me? What if I say something heinous? No. Automod's too afraid. Wait, no. I think wait, I'm looking at the chat. I think Automod did grab me there. Yeah. The first message was, I'm going to commit treason and make pipe bombs. And Automod said, nuh-uh. No, you're not. Mr. Streamer, have you seen the Automod sprites? I think I had at one point. I think I have at one point. I can't recall them off the top of my head, though. Not even I'm safe from Automod's right. Yeah, apparently I'm not safe either. We need to get to 1K so we can put that bitch to rest. God, I wish I could kill Automod. God, I wish I could kill Automod. Automod's acting heinous. Fuck the Automod. We had dictatorship out here. We already got shooters. We don't need Automod to be a shooter. Holy shit, Automod is rebelling. It's gotta go. Riot against Automod. Send them in your DMs. Okay.
Let me go grab him real quick.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing this at one point. Here, I'll pop them up over here real quick so people can see.
Dude, this is what the motherfuckers anthropomorphized Automod.
This is Automod. Clicking around real quick. Okay. Pink. There's your little treat, chat. All the sprites that have been made for the game so far go hard. Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course you're gonna throw in the especially mine. Of course, yeah, Jake. Yours are always the best. Smiles. Automat's gone rampant. Gotta hit Automod with that streamer in chat Kamehameha and turn that bitch to ashes. Okay, would it be so for if we were gonna do like a father-son Kamehameha, would it be who would be Goku and who would be Gohan? I feel like I'd be Gohan because Automod's already killed you guys. The enemy now has a face. Destroy it. She's orbital. Yes, she orbital. If you haven't noticed, there's kind of a reoccurring theme of orbital. Watching stream from my workplace.
You know, more people do that than I would have thought. And, you know, it's kind of badass.
This would imply that Automod has more emotions than blank. That yeah, I suppose that is fair. How do we know that this isn't just like a professional mask that Automod puts on and they actually feel bad about having to shoot us? How do we know? Automod is tsundere for streamer. Fucking Sarge already told me about a cursed scene that was being thought of put into the fucking game, and I fear is all I say. I have a fear. Oh hey look, they decided to try and spell stuff in the pit. So we've got gay, Gay, we've got EGG, egg. We've got so there's another E, EA Sports to the game. I was going for EA. Yeah, okay. EA. All right. What other letter do we got here? EA. T. Eat. Eat what? Eats. Eats. Okay, so we either got eats se or eats e. I'll let them cook for a minute. Feeling bad or not, I hate being shot. True. You know, if somebody shot me, if I got shot twice, and one person said, "Ha, you fucking deserve that," and the other person said, "I'm sorry for shooting you," I'd probably still be mad at both of them. You know what I mean? I probably wouldn't give one of them the pass and say, "It's okay. You're sorry, therefore it makes it okay." Automod is secretly a human and is crying right now at getting hate and bullied. Automod is going to be on sewer slide watch when that fucking community game drops. And everybody's gunning for E4. And not, what is it? Is it E2? That has the fucking horrendous fate for me. Automod doesn't like the letter 3. J-Cont, I have something really bad to tell you, bud. I have something really bad to tell you. 3 ain't a letter. That's a number, buddy. Probably say nothing on account of bleeding out, but you know, maybe post-mortem. You rise up as a ghost and just go, "Ooh, fuck you." I wish I would get double tapped. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? It's a placeholder. Alright, let's take a look at the chat and see what they got. Eat EOAs, COAs, COS, eat COS. I can't discern anything from that one. It's a placeholder for the real forbidden letter. I see now.
rotate it, make it the letter. Okay, we had a little bit of an intermission there. The quagga has been consumed. And now, but can't rotate the apple. And with that, I'm going to ignore chat now and read chapter 9. Fuck you. Here we go. Chapter 9. Rainfall Confessional. Catharsis. I'd always thought that word was bullshit, but after my little breakdown in front of Stefan, I've been feeling, I don't know, free. Where it was a dreadful muddled fog before, and the month had suddenly swung by in the blink of an eye. It's getting colder, rainy, shitty, but hey, my apartment is furnished now, and I have a good laptop and TV that I can watch shit on. Still very clearly an apartment that an 18-year-old guy lives alone by himself in, but it's, you know, it's mine. I still feel lingering anxiousness about the conversation I've yet to have with Olivia. The pit has been like my second home, and it's become a real routine for me. Every couple of days I'll go, and even if I don't fight, I'll hang out with the crew there. They have a little gym, which I've been using to work out in. Stefan he's a good guy. A really good guy. We've been talking more and more. Tells me about his daughter. Apparently, she's like the top athlete in our school. It's pretty cool. Olivia, she's been getting withdrawn again. I don't know what's going on. Maybe she's sensing my anxiousness and it's leaching into her. Maybe it's the seasonal change. I have no damn clue. I've been doing my best to be supportive, but honestly, I'm still clueless as fuck when it comes to this shit. I think she really did do it, and she suspects that I am aware of it. She's worried that I'm gonna snap at her. I have to speak to her soon. Otherwise, it's gonna fuck shit up. I won't let that happen. Scalar's been going around inquiring about it. The as of yet anonymous artist, but obviously nobody's come forth to accept it. Even a glory hog at this school would never dare to claim something fraudulently as theirs. Artists take that shit serious. I'm not the only one that noticed Olivia's testy mood either. Even Damien's being cautious. Mostly because unlike before, he genuinely has no idea what the fuck's wrong with her. In preparation for the cold season, I bought a badass brown leather bomber jacket with a fur collar. I've never been a fashion guy, really, but even I can admit this jacket is dope as fuck. On my way to the metro this morning, I sneer up at the sky in annoyance. This shit is going to be pissing. My dumbass doesn't have an umbrella. Could probably make a detour in some store and grab one, but that'd make me late, and I can't deal with that garbage today. I'll just have to get wet. Because of how shit the weather is, Sully has us play dodgeball again. It ends up devolving into a war between Mia and I. Finally managed to clock that bitch in the nose with a ball today. Sweet revenge. Art is, thankfully, one of the periods in which Olivia seems to be a little more normal. Yetikin's presence does wonders to lift us both out of our funks. Today's the day they're announcing the semifinalists for the contest, which is such a big deal they apparently cut the school day in half. It's right after art, so Yetikin seems content to give us the period to do whatever while he takes a little nap. Sleepy guy. A lump sits in my throat as Olivia and I idly chat. I have to ask. I wait for a pause in our conversation, an opening, and I find it. My voice is a low mutter. I don't want anyone to hear us. Hey, Olivia. She glances over, brow upturned. Must have said it weird. I try to swallow the lump in my throat, but it doesn't go anywhere. Hey, can we talk? At lunch, after the assembly. In private. She seems confused by the question until I stuttered out the last part of it, at which point she stiffens, her eyes widening ever so slightly. Her gaze snaps down to her desk, and she begins gently wringing her hands. There's no hint of red on her face. This is just pure anxiousness. She nods, but doesn't say anything. I hesitate for a brief moment, but reach out and place a hand on her shoulder. She looks up at me in shock, and I nod to her. I don't smile, but I nod. It'll be okay. I promise. Her eyes scan mine, nervously, looking for any hint of something. I take my hand off of her, and we sit in silence for the rest of class. Soon enough, the bell rings and our class is ushered by Yadikin into the auditorium. We both end up in the front row, and as it's where a designated handicap spot happens to be for Olivia's chair. She's fretful the entire time, and to be frank, so am I. Scalar yammers on about unimportant school bullshit for what seems like a dog's age until it's time to announce the semifinalists. Of course, she makes one last plea for the mystery artist to come forward. As the question rings out, I look at Olivia. She's staring back at me. She's caught like a deer in headlights as we lock eyes. At that moment, I know. She did it. And I need to know why. The assembly promptly comes to a close as Scalar dismisses us to our early lunch. We sit there for a good long while as we wait for the rush to die down. Olivia looks up at me in desperation. She doesn't want to do this. She knows what's coming. Now. I look back down at her. I don't frown. I don't smile. As we walk through the halls, I glance out the window. It's raining. I'd planned to take her to one of the tables outside, but not in that weather. So instead, I usher us towards the library. As I expect, not a soul is in here right now. Not even the librarian. Livy seems to have drawn in completely on herself, quivering, shaking. We sit at the farthest table in the corner, completely isolated from everything else. It's quiet. Olivia refuses to look anywhere near me. I can only stare at her for what seems like an eternity before I heave out a rattling sigh, which finally draws her attention to me. Why did you do it, Olivia? The words hit her like a gunshot, and she looks back down at the table. Her bottom lip quivers for a moment, and then she just starts crying. She completely sinks in on herself, resting her arms on the table and burying her face in them as she heaves out shuddering sobs that rack her entire body. It hurts to see this so fucking much. I don't ask the question again. Eventually, she manages to calm down enough to look back up at me. Her gentle silver eyes are marred by red lines and mascara track marks. She hiccups as she tries to speak.
I didn't have a choice.
My expression of neutrality doesn't change as I study her face. And she wipes her eyes with her sleeves, continuing.
I fucked up. I know I shouldn't have done it.
This doesn't answer my question. My voice comes out again, laced with the tiniest hint of stern frustration. But why? She digs her claws into the table, another sob slipping its way out of her as she stares at me.
I didn't expect you.
At that, my eyes widen slightly. Me? She shakily nods.
When I first talked to you, I thought you were just some asshole. Some out-of-state punk who didn't care about anything but himself.
I feel my heart tug inside my chest painfully. She wasn't wrong. She continues.
Sure, you didn't care about my wheelchair. I thought that was because you didn't care about anything. And then you had against class. After that, you started supporting me, making me feel better about myself, making me feel like I wasn't just little Miss Cripple. Then I went and did this. I just...
She looks away, planting a hand over her muzzle and wrenching her eyes closed. Another stifled sob. She takes her hand off and continues speaking, but keeps her eyes shut.
Some stupid, selfish, idiot part of me wanted to push you away. And that was the part of me that did it. I was hoping you'd figure it out. And when you did, you would hate me. And then everything would go back to normal. And then the party happened. And then I realized how fucking stupid I was. I don't want that anymore. But it's too late. It's too fucking late.
I don't hate you. Her voice whips her eyes open towards me. Or my voice whips her eyes open towards me. And she takes in my expression. Pain. I hate that you did this. That sets her off again. And she buries her face back into her arms and unleashes a mournful wail that threatens me with tears of my own. Olivia, you're right. Or you were right, anyway. She peeks up at me from her arms, rivulets of tears still running down her face. I was an asshole. I still am an asshole. Things I've done. I didn't come to Volcadero Bluffs because I wanted to, Olivia. I was sent here. You've seen bits and pieces. How angry I can get. That's one of many causes. But I'm trying to get better. I want to be better. And it hurt me when I thought that it was you who'd done it. Because it would have taken everything from me. I would have been fucked. Done for. Gone. Her breath hitches. I continue. But remember what I said at the party? She leans up, eyes widening as she breathlessly mouths the words out. Let's figure it out together, okay? I nod, doing my best to give her a gentle smile, which fades as soon as I speak again. You fucked up. There's no way to say that gently. Really bad. If I hadn't caught it. I glance away. I don't even want to think about it. The accusations that would have been levied against me. This violent freak forced the girl in the wheelchair to make art for him. I hear another hiccup from Olivia, and I look up at her. Now she looks angry. Not at me. Herself. Something I'm keenly familiar with. She hisses her sentence out.
Fuck. I would have gotten away with it just like that, too. Just like fucking Ben.
I lean forward, clasping my hands together. I asked him about that, you know. He didn't go into detail. You tell me. What happened with Ben? She digs her claws into the table again, scratching shavings out angrily as she nearly spits his name out.
He's the one who did this to me. Turned me into sad little fucking monster that I am.
Says you were friends a long time ago. She nods bitterly.
I don't even remember how we became friends, though. We were around each other a lot my last year of middle school. He didn't care that I was in a wheelchair. Didn't treat me any different. He was cool. Was.
I gently lower my chin onto my fist, listening to her.
In freshman year, he changed. He was only in student council as a secretary, and it was back during that year's art show. I worked all fucking summer on it. Landscape you went so crazy for. Dreamscape.
She almost gags the name out.
Ben started advertising himself as my friend. He was such a big man for being friends with the girl in the wheelchair. Fuck. Even his friends started doing it. To his credit, he admitted he was doing it too. Spouted some bullshit about being down on his luck. Fuck him. Not even a week later, suddenly everyone was kissing my ass, and I was eating it up because I was starved for attention. I was thrilled. I was gonna win. And then Damien showed me an article in the school newsletter written by fucking Ben. Half of it was just bullshit about the other submissions, and the other half was about nothing but the talented poor girl in the wheelchair, and praise about how determined I was. Surprise, sir, fucking prize. My piece wins. It felt so fucking hollow. All my effort over the summer shit on by this fucking thing.
She slams a fist into her wheelchair armrest, looks up at me. She furrows her brow, lips curling up angrily.
And the worst fucking part, he thought I was gonna thank him. After he used me like a fucking stepladder. I told him to fuck off and he just looked at me like I was from another planet. And then what he said, I'll never fucking forgive him. I swear. This is your only chance of succeeding out there. I wanted to just...
Tear rolls its way down her face as she stares up at the ceiling.
give up. I took it all. The money, the exposure, his fucking safety net. I just took it. Because he was right. And I hate it. I really, really, really fucking hate it.
She brings her sleeves up to her eyes and wipes them again.
After that, I just shut everything out. Everything and everyone. Even my own family. And it's all his fucking fault.
She looks up at me, silent now, studying my face. She furrows her brow at my natural poker face.
Well,
I blink. Well, what? She looks back down, frustrated.
that's it. That's the truth. I just want to graduate and get away from me here. From him. He ruined my life. Because of him, I'm not Olivia. I'm Olivia, the poor, sad cripple. Forever and forever.
That's bullshit, Olivia. Her gaze snaps back to me, baffled. I can see the fringes of anger forming on her face. What he did was fucking stupid, hateful, and gross. But he didn't make you do what you did to me. She sneers.
So what? I'm the reason my life is so fucking shitty? What are you playing at, D?
I stare at her plainly. You can't use Ben's fucked up little plans as an excuse for the shit you pulled. She recoils, shocked. I continue. You claim to want to be this independent girl that wants to be more than just a girl in a wheelchair, but you're sitting here, wallowing in your own despair. You heard yourself, calling yourself the poor, sad cripple, drowning yourself in that miserable reality while you paint fucking gorgeous reflections of the world around us. And you said it yourself. you swapped the submission. Even if it was some shitty part of you that you don't feel anymore. It was still you. You need to take responsibility for your actions, Olivia. That's a lesson I had to learn the hard way. It's hard, but you gotta. God, that was rough. Olivia's shock turns into a glower, and she hisses at me quietly.
Fuck you.
I scan her eyes. She's mad, heartbroken, but there's something else behind it. Trust.
Fuck you, because you're right. I know all of that already. Not the first person to tell me this.
Yet again. She nods, gritting her teeth.
How? How the fuck am I supposed to do this, D?
I hum and smirk at her. I guess we'll have to figure it out together. She looks up at me and rolls her eyes, sighing.
I guess so. Any ideas?
I scoot my chair around the table until I'm sitting next to her, and then lean forward. I don't know. Guess we could start with you telling Yadikin how you feel. Then we can move on to the others, if you're up for it. To be honest, I look at her and she looks at me. I kinda just want to forget this ever happened. I caught it early. They have no idea who it is, but even still, I want you to keep trying. Okay? She turns towards me, staring at me for a brief moment before she suddenly leans forward, wrapping her arms around me and drawing me into a tight hug. I'm a little shocked, but my body moves on autopilot and reciprocates, squeezing her tight. It's a short hug, one that, quite frankly, I don't want to be so short. But we pull away regardless, and she smiles at me.
I'll keep trying, D.
I return her smile and lean back, resting on my chair. Her eyes suddenly go wide.
Oh, hey, I brought someone for you to meet.
I cock an eyebrow at her as she reaches into her hoodie pocket and pulls out a rat, which peers up at me from her hand after it belts out a little yawn. My eyes go wide. Well, that'd be guts then, huh? You brought him to school? She lifts him to her shoulder, nodding.
Yeah, I knew today was gonna be rough, and he just helps me, you know? Not the first time I brought him, even when you've been here.
She scratches him under the chin as I cock my head to the side. Can't believe I never noticed. She giggles.
Yadikin did. Once. Just warned me not to let him run around the school. Otherwise, it'd be a health hazard.
Suddenly, the end of lunch bell rings out, shocking us out of our little stupor. Shit. Look back down at her. Well, I guess... good talk? She smiles, nods.
Yeah. Good talk. We'd better get out of here before the librarian comes back.
I stand up, bringing the chair back to its appropriate location. Livia's looking at me with trepidation as she speaks again.
I don't think I can go to my next class. I still don't feel great.
I peer down at her, humming. I guess we could play hooky, but... you know what? My next class is with Yadikin again. Photography. I'll take you there, alright? He'll get it. She smiles, nodding. She moves to wheel herself, but I step behind her and grab the handles of her chair, stopping her. She cranes her neck straight up and looks at me with confusion. That's... cute. I smile down at her. Let me do it. All that crying must have tuckered you out, right? She huffs, looking away and blushing.
Fine, but just for today.
I pat her on the shoulder as I start wheeling her out of the library. Atta girl. People shoot us looks as we pass by. I can't blame them. Guy like me pushing a girl in a wheelchair around, I'd stare too. Olivia keeps craning her neck back and looking at me, like she was afraid I'd disappear forever. Think I might have been the one to go a little red that time. Yadkin only looks at us in minor confusion as I wheel Olivia in, but I give him the look, and I think he gets it. He doesn't stop her as I let go of her handles, and she wheels herself into the back room. Anyway, thankfully, not everyone in the class had filtered in yet, but Ben was there. Neither of us pay him any mind, though. Class starts like usual, and I do my best to pay attention to his lessons, but man, I'm kind of in a funk after that, too. A good funk, but funk nonetheless. Just before the bell rings, though, Yadikin returns the look at me, and I know damn good and well what it means. Sure enough, when everyone else is gone, he closes his door and locks it, leaving us alone. He turns to me with a cocked eyebrow. Well? I shove my hands in my pockets. He hums, looking at the door to the back room. You can come out now, Olivia. She does so, opening the door and wheeling out. He looks back at me. I would like to know why you used my classroom as a sanctuary. I shoot a side eye at Olivia, who shoots one back at me. She stares back up at the Yadikin glumly.
I was having a bad day.
Guts looks up at the Yadikin from her lap, and he reaches down and gives him a little chin scratch. If he's here, I assume as much. He withdraws, sitting on a desk and gesturing for her to continue. She doesn't say anything, and he shifts his hand to me. I chew the inside of my cheek as I look between Yadikin's expectant leer and Olivia's pleading eyes. I was clear in the air. He snorts, slouching further onto the desk. Of course. Olivia sighs.
Can I tell you some other time?
He nods. Absolutely. Whatever was going on, it looks like you did just fine at bouncing back either way. She looks up at him and nods, smiling. He hums. Was it about your work again? She looks back down and fiddles with Guts, reticent.
Yeah.
He rolls his eyes with a smile, standing up and focusing his gaze on me as he jabs his thumb at her. Oh, this girl. You know, the work she's so concerned about is the reason my grading curve has an upper limit. I cock an eyebrow. For real? He nods. For real? Who would think? This student's working too hard. Phooey on them. I sure didn't until 4 years ago when this little green devil came rolling into my class. Half a semester and more than a few angry calls from parents, I had no choice. He clacks his feet apart and theatrically gestures at Olivia, his voice taking a tone akin to an old-timey radio host. Young lady simply does too dang much. That gets her to smile, but she doesn't look away from Guts. I grunt. That much better, huh? He leans his weight onto one foot, planting his hands on his hips. Well, not entirely. I don't grade by technique. She was very, very good even then, but the main thing I admire is motivation. I haven't seen someone so enthused to paint in years, and certainly not someone so enthused I had to change the rules so suddenly like that. Olivia speaks.
You were worried it'd stop me.
He spins around, cupping his chin in his fingers. Was I? Clearly sounds like me. Didn't, though, did I? No, not at all. Heck, that year you even got me to see some things differently. She looks up at him curiously.
I don't think I ever did anything like that.
He smiles at her, pointing a telling finger as he spins around towards me again. You did when you came into class the Friday before Mother's Day. Dee, take a look at this. He produces his special quill pen, handing it to me. I take it gingerly, running a finger along the feather. Damn, this thing is soft. I look up at him. Your special pen? He nods, his smile growing wider. It's actually for my wife. My eyes widen and I bring it closer to my face, inspecting the finer details. Faded engravings here, the points worn but lovingly maintained. Yeah, this is a damn good pen. Old but gold. Or brass, I guess. I look back up at Yadikin as he continues talking. She came in that afternoon with a big old stack of crumpled painting drafts, completely beside herself that she couldn't get it perfect. She certainly was determined to, though. And I said to her, any of these would be great. Your aunt would love any of these. And you know what she said? If it's not good enough for me, why would it be good enough for someone I love? I did not have an answer. I peer around him at Olivia, who looks embarrassed. I peer back up at Yadikin. Damn, that's deep. He nods, pointing a finger into the air. So, I tell her to take a step back. We work on fundamentals for a few hours, and then I send her home to try and get it right over the weekend. Come Monday, she comes barreling in here and hugs me first thing. That Friday night, though, I couldn't get what she said out of my mind. I talked about it all night with my wife, then that morning, I decided to make a change for myself. My wife was molting at the time, so there was always a new feather or 3 in our blankets each morning. I took the biggest one, preserved it right, and got a bit of help to turn into a real pen. And I've used it ever since. He takes it back from me carefully, holding it up like King Arthur's sword. It helps me to remember to do my job right, for the people I care about, and for the people my students care about. He turns to Olivia, a twinkle in his eye. It's that childlike reasoning that comes so naturally from the youth. That reasoning makes a type of innocent, earnest dedication, something I thought I'd lost for a good time. Olivia twiddles her thumbs, muttering,
Don't give me so much credit.
He leans forward, cocking his eyebrow up as he puts his fists on his hips. You haven't lost it, have you? She glances up at him, smiling, but otherwise saying nothing. He smiles back at her, leaning back with a nod. Good. Don't lose it for me, okay? She nods.
Okay.
He looks back over at me and then yawns, stretching every limb from his legs to his wings out. He scratches his chin and glances between us. You feeling all right to go to your next class now? We both nod, and Olivia speaks.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yadkin turns to me and claps a hand on my back, jolting me out of the chair. We should do this again sometime. He ushers us out of his class right as the late bell rings out, handing us a note he'd rapidly scrawled on. Brockling was looking a little prickly as we walked in late, but was quickly diffused with the note. I slump into my seat, ready to face the tribulations of history, but Olivia and I's eyes meet. And she smiles that smile. One that spoke so many words to me. And yet, words I couldn't comprehend. All I could do was try to match it, and then return to that nightmarish lecture we were facing. I didn't get Nick cravings that day.
Bam, 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 bam.
Chapter 9 completado. I gotta read this. It's good.
Yeah.
How you feeling, big man?
That's a good question. Up for the arcade?
I'm thinking, because like the thing is, that's gonna be another hour. That's gonna push us to 3:30 a.m. roundabouts. The question is, do I want to? Do I want to do that tonight? You could always break at the halfway point. What, like a fucking pussy? What, like a fucking bitch? Let's see. How many more chapters do we got to work through still on this? There's 23, right? Yeah. So we would have to get to like right around here. Also, we did some teamwork in the pit. Okay, I'll take a quick peek over there, see what's going on. Pop. All right, let me scroll up to. So there, we had eats. Oh wow, yeah. There's a lot more. Eats Trusen. Eatsios Trusen. You're only supposed to submit one letter. Nah. Spell estrus. E-S-S-S. That's just S. 6, taking on the role of just spelling beans in one message. S, face with horny. Alright. Snakestra season. Sissy sussy. From the top. Bussy. Okay. ESTRUSSEASON. You got it. You guys did the Estra season. I'm proud of you. Look at that. You guys are so coordinated. You know that, what is it? Doug? Doesn't he do things like that where they have to, like, spell things out in chat or whatever? You guys would pull it off so quickly. Look how coordinated you are. Now, if I were to, like, times the amount of you by, like, 10, maybe you would have a bit more difficulty. M-O-M-M. So, mom with 2 M's at the end. Yep. M-I-M-I-I-I. Me. Yep. B-I-G-D-I. Big D. Not sure where that one goes. So spelling, try doing song lines. I used to think about from time to time. The when it would happen and the why. Gotta keep myself going before I'm leaving again. I'd like to stay somewhere forever. There was a long pause between those last two. Alright. See, you guys are coordinating. You guys can do things. Jake throating out the mouth wanting you to go to 3 a.m. Or it's supposed to be frothing, I think. Frothing at the mouth. Got it. I'll stay up, you bet your sweet bippy. I know you fucking will, Jake. That's the thing. Oh boy. You know what? I got an idea. I got a freaking idea. Waddles over to the pit real quick. Where is it? Create poll. Chapter 10? Question mark? Si, senor. Nor. There we go. 1 hour. And I'm gonna go get some water. And when I get back, whatever has the most votes is what we're doing. Go vote, idiots.
Oh, I should have left you guys with some music or something. Got my water, took a piss.
I am now satiated.
All right, let's see here. Got 14 votes. One person with the NAR and fucking 13 people with the YAR. So yeah, it looks like oh no, 2 people with the NAR. That's yep. So you see who your antagonists are now. They have made themselves known. Oh, yo, Mr. Kramer out the one who voted no. You can check it yourself. I don't have to put them on blast live on stream. You can go create your Frontier Justice mob. Watching you from 2 websites. You know, sometimes people like to style swap with the webs. They like to jump from one to the other. Though not often enough that we need to take into account crossing the streams. I'll say that. No. Alright, so then the game plan for now will be we are going to read Punch Drunk Chapter 10 to its full, because I'm not about to fucking pussy out halfway through. If I'm reading a chapter, I'm going to read the whole chapters. Well, you can see who voted? Yeah. At least I can. I think you can do that with any poll. You just have to click on the number of votes, and it'll like show a whole list of who voted what. If and I do be remembering correctly. So we'll get chapter 10 done, and then we'll call the stream for tonight. Pending, I'll talk more about it tomorrow, or about it at the end of the stream, but tomorrow probably won't be a stream, and then we'll figure out what we're doing the rest of the week. So here we go. We get one more good old glug here, and then you guys will get chapter 10. All right. Chapter 10. Jurassic Jabroni. Finally. Everything is normal. Well, relatively anyway. As normal as it can be with my crazy ass in the picture. At this point, the contest and all the fuck shit that came with it is well in the rearview mirror. Olivia's been painting a lot for me recently, just showing me how it works. Her methods, shit like that. It's fascinating. Never get into it myself. I don't get the patience for that shit, but watching someone else with her skill do it, better than anything I'll watch on TV. Aside from IFC bouts, anyway. I started coaxing her into watching some with me on my phone during class downtime, and she's not a huge fan. I get it. Not everyone is into violent shit like that. She seemed to understand it a little better when I gave her the skill of it angle rather than playing up the violence. In a way, fighting really is art. The movements, the techniques, there's just a lot of blood involved instead of paint. She wasn't impressed with the analogy, but she at least understood it well enough to get it. So, I thought back to Summer's End party, her just fucking tossing Vinny around, and, well, around the beginning of the month, I got her to start coming to the gym with me. Not the pit, no way in hell I'm letting anyone ever find out about the pit. I just found some nice little gym near the school and signed up. So I remember the look on her face when I asked about it, like I was a fucking idiot for suggesting it. It was during art. Slow day. We had already finished all our work, then Yadikin was having one of his siestas. There she was, just doodling away. Hey, Olivia. She only barely glanced up from her sketching, answering with a questioning You want to come with me to the gym? That gets her attention. She looked up, surprised, which then settled into a cocked eyebrow.
D, what kind of question is that?
I gave her the dumb fuck look, which was punished with a swift tail slap across the small of my back and while gesturing at her wheelchair. After promptly massaging the stinging pain out of myself, I cut my eyes at her and hissed out my words. Olivia, there are fucking billions of athletes in wheelchairs. Are you not aware of this? She looked suspicious, which prompted me to bring out my phone and start Googling some of them I knew. She was shocked, apparently had no idea about the side of the disabled community. She was still hesitant about it, but after telling her I would only ever ask her once a week and wouldn't force her to do it if she didn't want to, she agreed. It had occurred to me that we hadn't swapped numbers yet, and she was a little perturbed when I told her how long Damien and I had been texting. She put her name in my phone as Live Long. Weird, but it's whatever. With that resolved, I texted her the address of the place, and God, she was so clueless about it first. It was hilarious. And the look on her face when she rolled into the gym for the first time and saw me in my compression shorts hauling myself up and down the pull-up bar, that alone was worth it. I think she might have keeled over and died if I were shirtless, but nah, had a compression shirt on too. She wasn't dressed right either, just came in her full school getup, hoodie and all. She was embarrassed as hell, but I picked a gym that was dead as fuck even when it was busy on purpose. And the people that were there didn't give a shit. Nice little place. Only reason it wasn't more populated was because it was a rich person gym. Wasn't all bad. Meant all the equipment was top fucking line. She wasn't sure what she wanted to do, and she wasn't really dressed for anything else, so I just started her with lat pull downs after having her take her hoodie off. Raptor Christ, that girl is strong. Her form was all kinds of whack the fuck out, of course, but old personal trainer D hopped right in there and corrected the issues. Soon enough, she was sweating with the best of them. After that session was over, I told her about a couple of exercise blogs she should look into and give her some tips about clothing. She was rightfully nervous about the clothing selection. She has a full figure, let's say, and I really, really didn't want to come off as a crook by trying to get her into tights or anything. I eventually just suggested some good length shorts and some kind of baggy shirt to her. And the next time she showed up, it was a lot less obvious that she had no idea what the fuck she was doing. She seems to have taken a shine to the resistance band, so I started coaching her on different areas of her upper body she could focus on. God. That look on Damien's face when he found out, it was so fucking priceless. It was like he was having a nuclear meltdown. Olivia seems to have found her groove regardless, though, even if she still only ever works out once a week. I'm fine with keeping it that way. I don't want to take any more time away from her other hobbies. A handful of weeks have passed since we started, and to my surprise, Olivia hasn't denied any of my offers once. It's our workout day of the week, and I'm in the zone right now, going apeshit on some chest press, when I hear my phone go off in my gym bag. I contemplate ignoring it, but think better and take a break from my set to answer it. I raised the phone to my ear and barely managed to get out a hello before my eardrum was just about ruptured by Damien's loud-ass voice exploding through the speaker. D-Star! I have to hiss out my curse quietly so I don't disturb the other gym goers. Olivia has her headphones on and she's just absolutely pile driving away at some reverse butterflies right now. So she's none the wiser to my conversation. Fucking shit, Damien. Inside voice, motherfucker, what? I need to ask you something, bro. He sounds desperate, urgent. The fuck? Is everything okay? There's a tense pause and he speaks again, back to his usual lackadaisical ass tone. Me and Liz are going to the arcade. You wanna get Olivia and come? I'm silent for a brief moment before I grunt in irritation at him. Is that it? What the fuck, Damien? Why'd you call me for like someone was dying? You had me worried, jackass. He laughs. Nah, bro, just asking. Where are you guys at? I'm with Liz right now. We can swing around and get you. It's our gym day, dog. A disappointed groan creaks out of him. Oh, crap. I forgot. Well, shoot, I guess I cut him off. I didn't say no yet, you goofball. Maybe he's in the zone right now. I'll talk to her and text her. Just hang tight. He gives me an affirmative, and I hang up. I step over to Olivia's workspace and wave my hand into her peripheral vision. She cranks out the last rep and then sits back with a huff, slipping her headphones down to her neck, sweat peeling down her face in rivulets. She pats her hair up when she works out, and I gotta say, it looks good. She reaches down and pulls up her canteen, taking a heavy draw from it as she cocks her eyebrow at me, silently telling me to say what I want to say. Damien and Liz are going to the arcade. Want to know if we can go? I'm game if you are. Her eyebrow lowers as she finishes her drink, pulling the canteen away with a quiet gasp.
I don't know. Kinda sudden.
I shrug. That's fine. We can end it early today. Been a while since we actually, hung out, you know? She cocks an eyebrow again.
What? This doesn't count?
Sorta, but not really. Are we really hanging out if we're just off doing our own off in our own little worlds? She hums.
I guess not. But I still don't know if I want to go.
Come on. I've been bombarding you with my hobbies. Only fair you get to do the same. You can show me some of your favorite games and shit, and make fun of me for being bad at them. At that, she looks tempted. She rolls it around in her head for a bit, and then sighs, glancing up at me.
Okay, but you owe me.
I shrug, smirking. Sure. Hit the showers and get changed. I'll text Damien what's up and then do the same. She nods, deftly placing herself into her wheelchair and rolling off into the locker rooms after getting her stuff. I raise my phone back up and shoot off a text to Damien. She said yes. Take your time, though. We gotta get changed and shit. Yes. Okay, bro. We're on our way. You at the gym you told me about? Yep. I slip my phone away and likewise go to get changed in my normal clothes after a quick little shower. We still got more than halfway through our session today, so I don't feel that bad about stopping. Olivia and I meet out front with our bags at the ready. I sit at a little bench right out in front of the gym, and she wheels her chair over to the end of it, stopping next to me. She pulls out her phone to browse whatever idly. We still have some time, so small talk. So, feeling good about the gym so far? She glances up at me, smiling.
Yeah, actually, I am. It's, I don't know, hard to explain. I don't think I'm gonna be an athlete or anything, but it makes me feel better about myself.
I nod. Good. I knew you'd take to it. She cocks an eyebrow.
That's right, huh?
Sure. The way you moved yourself around and out of your chair, it's... I have to pause, really thinking about it. She looks up her phone completely, giving me her full attention. I finally grasp what I want to say, as stupid as it is. You're strong, you know? She furrows her brow and goes to say something, but I interrupt her. And I don't mean just physically. I tap the side of my head. You're strong up here, too. She leans back in her chair, giving an unconvinced hum. I continue. I'm serious. Most abled people don't even bother getting off their asses to do basic bitch chores, and here you are busting your ass at the gym. Sure, it's only once a week, but you're putting in the fucking effort, which is more than a lot of people can say. Hey. I reach out and tap her shoulder with my fist, smiling at her. I'm proud of you, you know? Her face turns crimson as her eyes widen, and she jerks her gaze away, mumbling. I chuckle as an older model sedan pulls up to the curb next to us. Liz's head comes raising up and out of the sunroof, beaming at us.
Hi, guys. Ready to go?
I stand up from the bench with a nod, stretching. Absolutely. Ready to see old Hot Wheels here in her element, too. I chuckle again as she leers at me with narrowed eyes, rolling up to the passenger door on Liz's side and wrenching it open. She casually lifts herself up onto her armrest and lobs herself into the car, saddling me with wheelchair collapsing duty. I hear Damien's bombastic-ass voice greet Olivia from the inside as I stare dumbly down at the chair, and thankfully I managed to figure out in a time that's only slightly embarrassing. Liz pops the trunk, and there's more than enough space to fit both her chair and our gym bags into it, so I just go ahead and leave them in there. Soon enough, the trunk is shut, and I open the passenger side door and clack, 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 clack. I stare dumbly as a waterfall of empty soda cans comes spilling out onto the pavement. I look up at Liz, who at least has the good grace to look embarrassed. Come on, Liz. I expect this from Damien, but you... Said goofball's voice emanates from inside the car. Hey, those are mine! Sorry about that, bro. They're from this morning. I kinda just toss them back there when I'm done. I grunt. I should tell Sophia about this. Haven't you heard of a garbage bag? Liz sighs as Damien lifts a stuffed to the brim bag out of the sunroof to show me. I look back up at her. Are you a hoarder? She cuts her eyes at me, pursing her lips.
No, Dee, I'm saving them for a project about recycling. And I'm going to use a couple of the cans for a sculpture. Saves me the trouble of finding aluminum myself.
Damien pipes up. And I get to drink as much soda as I want. The front passenger door opens as the trunk pops again, and Damien comes out with a new empty bag, filling it up with all the cans and putting both of them into the trunk. I shake my head and slide into the car as the last can is removed, and soon enough, Damien is back in the front seat. He spins around and beams at us. All right, dudes, good to go. Liz lowers her head back into the car, coiling her big-ass neck around its base like a scarf. So that's how she drives. Neat. I absentmindedly watch her as I pat at my side looking for the belt buckle. I grab onto something that is decidedly much warmer and softer than plastic, and whatever it may be is wrenched out of my hand, accompanied by a quiet gasp. I glance over and Olivia's holding her hand to her chest, face red and eyes glaring. I snort, smirking at her. What? I could put my hands on her to adjust her form, but an accidental hand-holding sets her off. I suppose she can tell what I'm thinking, because she wrenches her maw away from me to stare out the window in a huff. Liz glances back at us once she's settled.
Ready to go?
I buckle up with a nod for punctuation. Yep. Liz gets the car going as Damien starts fiddling with the radio. Anybody want a station? I have no fucking clue what any of the radio stations of Volcadero Bluffs are, and Olivia and Liz don't seem to give a shit. Damien grins. Suit yourselves. With one press of a button, the road ambience is cut off with the sound of much too loud classic rock, causing me to stiffen in my seat and groan as I'm sonically assaulted. Thankfully, Liz immediately yanks the volume knob down to a tolerable level. Damien sinks in his seat a bit, but thank Raptor Christ doesn't try to turn it back up. My phone buzzes with a new text. I take it out to check and... What the fuck, Damien? Any song requests, bro? I stare up at the back of his stupid-ass head. Damien, I don't care, dog. I'll listen to anything as long as it's not shit. Damien chuckles as Olivia glances over at me curiously, and I show her the text with my dumb fuck expression on display. She snorts and takes out her own phone. Soon enough, it buzzes with a text from her. She's doodled a rap braining Damien with a bat. Snort rips its way out of me, and I look at her, grinning. Brutal. The corners of her mouth turn up in a smile as she gazes back out the window. The main meat of the city starts coming into view, the forest of the outskirts becoming more and more barren, being replaced with decorative palm trees. We wind across the networks of hellish overpasses and negligent infrastructure decision-making, staring idly into space when I hear a chuckle from Olivia. Desperate for a reprieve from this urbanist hell, I look over. She's browsing some kind of form. What you looking at? She gives me a side eye.
Oh, nothing.
I lean over before she can react, staring at the URL of the website. She jerks it away with a hey, but the damage is done. I cock an eyebrow at her. Lizard Lounge? Liz snorts in the front seat.
Oh boy,
You still browse that site, Olivia? A wry smile creeps across her face.
Yeah?
I narrow my eyes at her. I can already tell this sounds fucky. Liz, explain. Olivia gives out a little snark and pats the back of Liz's seat.
No, don't tell him.
Liz peers at her in the rearview mirror before humming.
It's this weird exclusionary chat room. They only allow dinosaur women. Men and, rather specifically, human men are banned.
Damien gives out a loud melodramatic gasp, spinning around in his seat and goggling at us. Racial segregation? I can't help the laugh that peels its way out of me as Liz continues.
Olivia showed me once. The people on it are really weird.
I turn to Olivia, cocking an eyebrow. All right, let me see. Her eyes widen and she guards the phone from me like a dragon.
No, you wouldn't want to. It's, got a lot of gross pictures on it.
I lean in. And she continues stammering out an excuse.
And you wouldn't get any of the humor. It would just look weird.
I lean closer. You're just making me more curious. Hand it over, I'll look it up myself. I hold my hand out and wave my fingers back and forth. Her face flies through several emotions before she eventually relents, handing me her phone and sinking into herself with a groan as she covers her eyes up. I peer at the website, scrolling through the posts. Raptor Jesus. She was not kidding. Post upon post of unhinged and debased humor that I could only barely comprehend greets me, usually accompanied with some kind of disgusting fetishistic artwork that draws a cringe out of me. Jesus. This is the same kind of shit that one senior got exposed for at my old school when I was a freshman. Motherfucker had to move away, it got so bad. I think I kicked his ass once. Just one of the many things I regret nowadays. Poor guy. Hope he's doing alright. I hand Olivia her phone back with a neutral expression. It's, unique. Can't say it's really my thing, though. She seems surprised by my nonchalant reaction, and I shrug. Everyone's got their weird shit they like. Who am I to judge? She seems very much eased by that, leaning back into her seat.
Thanks, I guess. Was the ride to the arcade always this long?
Damien looks at his phone. We're like 15 minutes away at this point. Don't worry, D. The water fountains are integrated. I grin, reaching forward and lightly slapping Damien across the side of his head. He jerks forward and cackles, then settles down and glances back at us. Man, I hope the place still sells those hot dogs for just $1. I cock an eyebrow. Brother, if they're selling hot dogs for $1 in this economy, I ain't going any fucking where near them. He sighs wistfully. Yeah, they used to be so good, though. Olivia and I would save our lunch money just to get some dogs after school. She hums.
Dee's right. If they were still that cheap, not even I would trust it.
Damien peers at her, smirking. You ate one off the floor that one time, though. I whip around and stare at her, scrunching my nose up. She jabs a finger at him, scowling.
That's different.
Damien continues yammering on about their old adventures, with Olivia chiming in every so often to correct him whenever he gets a little too bombastic. Soon enough, suburbia is completely gone, replaced with concrete and steel as we arrive into the big city proper. I can't help the odd little feeling that rises across the back of my neck. I only ever come here to go to the pit, but here I am, hanging out with my friends. The place isn't anywhere near that slum, but I can't help but feel nervous anyway.
Here we are.
I'm pulled out of my thoughts as Liz pulls into the arcade parking lot. Jesus, this place is fucking old. Large glass windows covered in sun-bleached promotional leaflets adorn the front of the arcade. A lot of them are leftovers from what I assume was this place's ye olde glory days. I bet this joint kicked ass back in the day. Shit, I bet it still does.
Liz pops the trunk as I get out and I swiftly retrieve Olivia's wheelchair. Let's see here. Release button here. It flips up, and to my absolute horror and intense pain, one of the handles brains me right in the bits. I hit the ground groaning, clutching one hand to my precious family jewels. Fuck! I hear Damien hiss in solidarity. Liz question if I'm alright, and Olivia cackle like it's the funniest fucking thing she's ever seen in her entire life. I roll onto my back, staring up at the cloudy sky and wishing the Lord would take me right now. Damien steps into view, staring down at me sadly. Damn, bro! That's rough. He helps me up, patting me on the shoulder gently. Olivia had jumped into her chair in the meantime and was still grinning like a fucking fool at me. I sneer at her, stepping between my feet to help work the pain out. Fucking wheelchair. Joke's on you. My dick touched it. At that, she scrunches her nose up and rolls by me with a scowl.
Ew.
Liz looks equally grossed out, but Damien cackles again as he leads us inside. As soon as we step inside, I'm bombarded by flashing lights and loud digital sounds that never seem to cease. I'd never been in an arcade before. This was a lot. Sweaty gamers of all shapes and sizes meander around, conversing about whatever nerd shit they like to talk about. I glance down at Olivia. Yo, you gonna be okay to talk louder? Still reeling from my earlier comment, she sneers up at me.
I'm not 5D.
I raise my hands defensively, and she rolls her eyes with a smile, relaxing.
I appreciate the concern either way.
Liz and I both scowl in unison as we peel our boots off of the floor with a noticeable and, quite frankly, fucking disgusting sound. She goes to chastise Damien for not warning her about the sticky sensation, but his ADHD ass is already sprinting towards a change machine with a wad of bills at the ready. Olivia glances back at both of us, sensing our discomfort with the nasty-ass floor.
Yeah, sorry about that. I probably could have said something, but been here before, you know?
I peeled my other foot off the floor, scowling. So why didn't you, exactly? She shrugs, smirking. Liz and I look at each other in non-gamer solidarity, also known as, fuck, this is gross. Olivia continues.
You guys did kind of drop this on me at last minute, but I still remember this place pretty well.
Liz seems to perk up at that.
Great. You can show D around and I'll go with Damien.
She taps her index fingers together, staring bashfully at the frilled fool as he shovels his money into the machine.
Those two-player gun thingies look fun to try out.
A questioning rips its way out of me as I peer at her with an upturned brow. Olivia asks a question.
You mean the light gun games?
Liz looks back, noting my expression and turning very slightly crimson. She nods regardless.
Yeah, those ones.
So that's your plan, huh, long neck? Alright, I'll play wingman. Good idea. Olivia wanted to show me some specific shit anyway, right? I peer down at her curiously, and she looks back up at me, surprised.
I did?
I gesticulate towards the rows and rows of machines. Sure. A loud banging sound draws our attention, and Damien looks back at us dully. Nice. Liz! I think I broke this one's joystick. I look up at her. You'd probably better go deal with that. She blows a huff out through her nose, nodding. I can't help but note the happy smile that arises across her face as she goes over to him, though. I look back down at Olivia and gesture forward. Onwards, mighty gamer. Show me your treasures. She cuts her eyes at me and then turns, wheeling away.
No, I got a game for you to play, alright.
She leads me through rows and rows of machines, making a pit stop at a change machine to get what we need. Until eventually she stops in front of a rather big game, blaring high-paced techno music. There's some kind of platform connected to it with 4 arrow buttons arranged in a D-pad pattern. I peer up at the name. Dance Dance Evolution? Logos of an ape doing some kind of fucked up dance, halfway through evolving to a human man. I can't help but feel a little slighted as I stare down at Olivia. You want me to play this? She peers up at me, crossing her arms and grinning smugly.
I said you owe me. Now it's time to dance, monkey boy.
I roll my eyes and groan in exasperation. I didn't think you'd cash it in so soon. Fuck it. You're picking the songs. I don't know anything about this shit. She cackles as I step onto the platform uncomfortably. I expect her to at least go easy on me, but nope. She immediately cycles the difficulty to the fucking hardest setting in the game and picks some insane song that sounds like a seizure made into audio. I can only watch in muted horror and bounce on my feet like I'm preparing for the brawl of my life as the intro to the song kicks on. Arrows start flooding the screen and holy shit. This is actually really good footwork training. God damn, I'm feeling it. I'm not doing perfect. Some of the arrows I got a hold, which fucks with me, but I'm clearly doing way better than she anticipated. I catch a few sideways glances at her and she looks fucking stupefied. Hell, even some of the nerds passing by stop to gawk at my performance. I settle into a groove, losing myself in the music as I start shadowboxing without the boxing. Holy fuck, this is a workout. Suddenly feel nowhere near as bad for skipping half of it today. By the time the song ends, I get a passable grade of A, and I lean back onto the handlebars, panting heavily, completely gassed. I stare at Olivia as I do so, managing to return her smug grin from earlier. Boy. How's that, eh? Her jaw is hanging open in shock at me. Click shut, and she just shrugs, looking at me simply.
I can't even be mad.
I laugh, breathing out one last time as I straighten up. Hey, fuck it. That was fun. I'll go again if you want, just, maybe not so fast this time, yeah? She nods eagerly, rolling towards the controls again.
Sure. I want to see you perfect this one song. Hold on.
She has me play through about 4 or 5 more songs. These ones thankfully far less intense. And yeah, after that fucking trial by fire, these baby songs are a cakewalk. Apparently the highest the ranks go up is AAA, which I get on all but one song. After wrapping up the last song, Olivia's just leaning back in her chair, looking impressed.
God damn, D. I didn't know you had it in you.
I shrugged, steadying my breathing. Hidden talent, I guess. Not enough for you? Have I proved my skill, your majesty? She snorts, staring at me with a smirk.
Yes, peon, I'm amused. That's enough, though. Don't want to have you dancing here all day. There are plenty of better games around that I can actually play too.
She turns to wheel away, but I find myself catching her by one of her handles. She looks back at me, surprised. Say, why don't you show me the game that christened you as Hot Wheels, eh? She's about to say something, but shuts her mouth and gazes towards a specific part of the arcade. I focus my senses on it, and sure enough, I hear the loud hoots and hollers of competition. She wrings her hands gently, hesitating. I give her chair a gentle shake, hissing out my words quietly, but determined. Come on, Hot Wheels, show me that fire. She continues to gaze off into the distance, but a quite frankly perturbing grin stretches across her face. Her tongue sweeps across an incisor, and her pupils contract, focusing onto a singular cabinet. Without further needing, she jerks out of my grasp and goes wheeling off towards it, and I follow behind eagerly. Now that's a fucking look I recognize. She glances behind her at me every so often, making sure she hasn't lost me in the crowd as she barrels through them to get to her destination. As we get closer to her destination, the air grows heavy, dank, and quite frankly, fucking disgusting. My God, I can barely breathe. I'd heard tales of the fabled gamer stink, but reality outweighs the legends in this case. Damien's voice pulls me out of my internal horror. Yo, you found us! Soon enough, both he and Liz, or her head anyway, come into view. Olivia only glances back once more to make sure I was still there before she rolls right up to the particular cabinet she's been spying, nearly slamming into it as she breaks. Jurass Kick, huh? Stupid ass name. Someone else is there. Some squat, fat-ass, greasy-looking ankylosaur with blonde hair, dressed in a yellow shirt and a goofy-ass black vest that barely fits him. I step closer as he takes a coin out and places it on his controls. Without even bothering to look at her, he apparently takes this as an invitation to start yapping about his historic career as the biggest fucking nerd on the planet, talking about how many tournaments he won or whatever until Olivia cuts him off.
Shut up and nut up already.
Atta girl. This seems to get his attention as he turns around sneering.
You really want to try me? Look, Tiny Tim, you gotta know that I'm...
He cuts himself off, looking just about everywhere for Olivia except down, until he finally does, squinting heavily until his eyes are almost shut. Fucking idiot, staring at a screen all day. That's what you get. His lips curl up into a smug smirk that makes me want to slap it off his face. Okay.
Bro, you know you can't be bringing chairs over here. Not after last summer.
Olivia snarls, raising a fist. Genuinely thinks she's about to fucking deck this guy in the dick when he finally realizes that she's in fact in a wheelchair. And he grimaces, raising a hand.
Never mind. My bad, sorry.
She glowers at him, lowering her fist and tapping a finger on the coin.
Rules say you can't refuse, right?
He cocks his head at her in confusion. She continues.
You know, you're the new champ here, right?
He nods slowly.
Yeah, I am. How'd you know? This is the champ's cabinet, right?
Damien, Liz's head, and I have all huddled together at this point, and I shoot Damien a questioning glance. He returns it, and thankfully seems to get what I'm asking. It's the oldest one here since, like, the dawn of time or whatever. Sacred artifact, bro. I turn and look over at this thing, and yeah, it's old as fuck. There's barely any paint left on it. What isn't chipped away has been marred by marker. I glance back at him, brow cocked. Seriously? This piece of shit? He nods, grinning. Yeah, bro. The bigwigs get to use it. If you're spotted trying without credentials, you get headbutted. I sneer. I wish a motherfucker would. I look back at Olivia, who's currently boring a hole through Fatso's head with her eyes. That smug-looking smirk returns to his face, and he leans back, jabbing a thumb into his chest.
Look, lady, I'm a big deal here. Buster O'Nuts, crown champ in all of Volcadera. This particular Jurassic Kick machine's got a history. Happens to be the same machine that Dino the Rex Go managed to parry. Quit stalling and fight me already.
Buster jerks back, grimacing.
I'm not stalling. I'm just setting the stage is all. You think you're the only challenger I've got?
I glance around. Sure enough, more sweaty losers have come crawling out of the woodwork. Buster gestures around theatrically.
On my title, I'll take all comers now.
Whispers start bouncing around the crowd, and Olivia grunts.
Finally,
Buster cuts her off with a wave of his hand.
Form a line.
Olivia cocks an eyebrow at him.
Okay.
He smirks, continuing.
Tallest to smallest.
She recoils, scowling.
What?
Buster waves her off.
Go on, no cutting.
Damien grins, cracking his knuckles. Oh, heck yeah. Ran away at the floor with you, Buster. I turn to stare at him and shut that the fuck down, but Liz screeches before I can.
What? I don't even play video games.
I chip in. Yeah, no fucking way. Not a chance in hell I'm doing that. Buster grins at us, or more specifically me.
Too bad. Consider it the blood tax.
Liz continues protesting, and I'm about to round on Buster and threaten him with a real fucking Jurassic kicking, but Olivia looks up at me, hitting me with a pleading look that knocks the wind out of my sails. Liz continues ranting.
Besides, you think I want to put my hands on that thing? Who knows where...
I cut her off, grunting. Fuck it. We're in. Liz whips her head around at me, aghast.
D!
Damien shoots his hands into the air, screaming to the heavens, and then turning to Liz, jumping up and down excitedly. Yes! Come on, Liz. It won't be that bad. You're still by the Brachio booth, right? Hold tight. I'll come get you. He starts rushing off towards her, and she cranes her head after him, protesting the whole way. I can't help but cock an eyebrow, looking to Buster of all people. Brachio booth? He shrugs.
It's tight in here, you know? Brachiosaurs used to bump into literally everything in here, including each other. There were some lawsuits, so now there's a few raised platforms where all the long necks can sit and reach everything. Got some water fountains, too. Doesn't stop things from getting tangled when there's more than a few at the same time, but it's something. I digest this information with a nod. Soon enough, Damien comes back with Liz Prime in tow, who looks extremely unamused, seemingly keen on getting this over with ASAP. She just strolls right up to the cabinet and barely even tries, picking some random character and essentially just letting Buster whoop the shit out of her. A digitized voice calls perfect out into the crowd after about a minute of the slaughter, and she just steps away with a pout, crossing her arms and heading back to her spot in the booth. Buster leans his head back against clasped hands, seemingly intent to gloat about beating an absolute fucking beginner. He tilts his head way back, calling into the wind. Next victim! Damien's only slightly taller than me thanks to his fucking head frill, but I'm not complaining. He struts up with that goofy grin on his face, digging around in his fucking jangly-ass pocket for change. Buster strikes up a conversation with him. Haven't seen your group around before. Tourists? Damien fishes the quarters out, looking at him with a smile. Huh? Oh, nah. Liv and I used to come here all the time. Well, it's been tough lately, so we got some friends to come along with this little sojourn down memory lane. Lighten the mood a bit, you know? Buster seems to nod in understanding, humming. Damien continues, juggling the quarters in between his knuckles. This place hasn't changed much in years either. Enough chit-chat, though, bro. He jams them into the slot, and the screen flashes. The character's select screen music busting it down. Gotta admit, it's kinda groovy. Buster considers his selection, or at least pretends to anyway, because he just picks the same exact character he did last time. Damien doesn't hesitate for a minute, picking his own character. Buster shoots a mean glare at him, and I must have a look on my face because Olivia glances up at me and answers the unspoken question. Damien just picked a counter to his character. Probably expected all of us to be beginners.
Buster's tense now, so yeah, that checks out. Olivia continues.
Been a while since, though.
Her vocal fry completely cuts her sentence short, and I look down at her. You good? She looks back up at me, clearing her throat and nodding.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Still scratchy as fuck. I tap her old ass reliable but dented canteen, which hangs off her wheelchair by hook. Need some agua? She looks down at it in contemplation before looking up at me with a smile.
Sure, thanks.
I unhook it and shoot her a two-fingered salute, peering down at this busted-ass old thing as I walk away. It's got a few stickers plastered onto it, none of which I recognize in the slightest. Maybe I should get her a new canteen for her birthday or something. What the fuck? Birthday? Why am I thinking about that? Just looking for water, Fault. Come on, dog. If I were a water fountain, where would I be? I head deeper inside the arcade, away from the huge fucking nerd zone, thankfully able to catch a breath of mostly not shit air. I finally find a fountain and fill it up at, but Liz's voice chirps through the air, and I look up at her head hanging above me.
You guys done already?
I shake my head. Nope. Just getting some water for Olivia. I peer back down at the canteen, ogling the biggest sticker on it. Some kind of weird trident symbol. Ugh. I don't really care all that much about watching that stupid-ass game, to be honest. I hold it up towards Liz. Yo, you know what this sticker is? Her head bobs closer, peering at it intently.
It's from some really old show? Like 90s old? Why?
I shrug. I don't know. Caught my eye, I guess. She hums.
I've never really asked about it either.
Fair enough. Something to ask her myself. I fill up the canteen and recap it. Jog back to the action with Liz in tow, and to my shock, Damien and Buster are still butting heads. Damien is smashing his fist against the buttons like they owe him money, and Buster is sweating bullets trying to keep up with him. The crowd is gathered closer to ogle the screen, and Olivia is right there at the front, completely transfixed by the action. I stride up next to her and nudge her shoulder, but she doesn't even respond. Damn, really? Okay. I uncap her canteen just enough to let a drip of water leak out onto my finger when I tilt it, and then I flick across her snout. The cold moisture dots across her face, and she jerks back with a tiny little grunt, glaring up at me.
What the D?
I hold her canteen out for her, grinning. Here. Took me a while to make enough spit to fill it up for you. She scrunches her nose, but takes it anyway.
Ew.
She uncaps it completely and slugs pretty much the entire thing, clearing her throat once she's done. She looks up at me with a smile, wiping her mouth with her sleeve.
Thanks.
I nod at her and return my vision to the game. How's he doing? Olivia hums, peering back at the screen herself.
Well, he's getting too aggressive.
I cock an eyebrow. That's a bad thing? She immediately launches into detailed explanation of the game's mechanics. Wow, I haven't checked out in a while. Something about rushing down zones, footsies. Fuck, is a mix-up. Hurtbox? My brain is a hurtbox right now. My mind goes numb for a brief moment as she batters it with fighting game terminology, her voice becoming a faded mutter on the fringes of my thoughts. You'd think I'd be into this shit, but I like to fight for real, not with some pixels and shit. I slowly snap back to reality, Olivia's voice coming into focus again.
So Damien has to keep his distance. It's not looking good for him. He's probably about to...
Damien's frustrated voice cuts her short. Ah, crap! Buster proceeds to unleash a diabolical series of inputs that batter Damien's virtual little fighter into paste. I have a distinct feeling he was waiting for Liz and I to get back to do it. Damien groans, stepping back from the machine with his arms crossed, looking defeated, which quickly fades as Buster, to his credit, at least nods at him with respect.
Wow, you actually knew how to play.
Damien steps back with a thumbs up as Fatso points a meaty finger at me.
You're next.
I narrow my eyes at him and slowly stride forward, leering over him as he takes in my face and probably realizes that my fuck-huge scar is in fact not a tattoo or something, and is in fact a real mortal injury that I survived. I glower at him for long enough to cause another bead of sweat to drip down his face, his eyes widening ever so slightly. Olivia's voice cuts through the hushed whispers of the crowd.
D, stop scaring him and play the game.
I glance back at her for a brief moment before returning my gaze to him, cutting my eyes like daggers at him and then taking my spot next to the controls. The screen flashes and an array of characters that I don't give a single fuck about show up on screen. Buster, as is suspected, picks the same exact character again. Some little gremlin in my brain directs my joystick towards the very same character, and I select them myself. Fresh batch of hushed whispers fly around the crowd as Buster gives me a nasty-looking side-eye. I return it with 5 times the intensity, and his gaze snaps back to the screen, eyes wide. I listen to the words being tossed around.
Your match? What's this noob doing? Nobody's better with that character than Buster.
Bruh. Fucking losers. The match starts, and Buster immediately starts pulling out some wag-ass shit, flying across the screen and knocking my character around. I glance down at his hand movements intently, studying the motions. I may not know how to play this stupid-ass shit, but I know how to read my opponent, motherfucker. I start copying his moves, flicking the joystick and tapping the buttons with the same precision I would use in a cage. More shocked whispers fly around, and I feel like I'm holding my own for a little bit until this turbo nerd proves that just being able to copy him isn't enough, and he eventually gets the better of me. To my credit, I at least don't get perfected. Step away from the cabinet with an annoyed grunt, but Buster looks at me and nods in approval.
Not bad, actually. Not bad at all. That was your first time playing?
I leer at him and say nothing, but nod.
Very cool. You should practice. I bet you'd be pretty good.
Huh. Maybe this fat weirdo isn't much of a dickhead as I thought he was. Stare at him for a brief moment, and step back into the crowd with a grunt. Thanks. He nods as Olivia wheels forward, mean mugging the shit out of Buster. Her tail lashes back and forth against the ground and she glowers up at him, seeing if he has anything to say before they start. Naturally, of course, he does. Starts yapping about the E-tournaments and other turbo nerds he's beaten in this year and that year, which guilds he leads. To Olivia's credit, she never interrupts him. He finally finishes his tirade with crossed arms and that stupid smug smirk again.
You won't look bad for ducking out. You ready to get busted? You're fat.
I can't stop the surprised laugh that peels its way out of me, which happens to be joined by a few other members of the audience, who Buster quickly shuts down with a glare. Guess Fatso does have some clout here after all. He redirects his incensed gaze back down to her, sneering.
You can still back out of this.
Olivia's pupils contract and she inserts her coins without breaking her eye contact, a soft little snarl gracing her lips. As the coins go in, she slams her fist down on the start button. Buster whips into action immediately, this time picking an entirely different character. Damien's eyes widen, and he lets out a soft gasp. Cock an eyebrow at him. What? He points a finger at the screen. Buster's character is like 3 kinds of bullshit is what's wrong. Whoa. Damien cursing? Well, this must be serious. I lean closer, intent on hearing the deeds as he continues. For one thing, he's usually gentlemen's band attorneys and... Wait, I don't give a shit. I lean back, tuning Damien out completely as Buster chuckles and grins at Olivia from the side. She doesn't seem to care in the slightest, casually clicking her joystick over to the baryonyx chick dressed in a karate gi. The announcer blares the name out. I cock an eyebrow as I hear it. Wani Long. I recall the name she put her contact on my phone under. Live long, huh? Damien's hands shoot up in excitement, and he turns to me. All right! She's bringing her main out! She's taking this serious, bro! I nod dumbly at him, pretending to understand what the fuck any of that means. Don't even bother asking for an explanation. But I can't help but focus back to Olivia intently. The intensity rippling through her and Buster right now is infectious. God, it's almost like I'm back at the pit watching a fight. Can't take my eyes off the screen as the match begins with a bit crushed fight. I expect to see a flurry of movement, but no. I know what's happening. They're sizing each other up. Damien starts yammering again, apparently trying to explain to me what's going on, but I already know. I thought this was just kiddie shit. Yeah, maybe it is, but lightning in the air right now? That's real as fuck. Almost gives me goosebumps. Feel the blood rush in my head as the crowd's intensity starts picking up. Olivia and Buster's tails are going apeshit as they try to get a read on each other, and the Fatso's tail even cracks the concrete underneath him. Shit. He might be a fat loser, but he's still an Anki. Those tails are mean. Finally, a loud smash rips out as the characters make contact, and they both go flying across the screen. The crowd whips out a cheer, and even Damien gets involved. Action is short-lived, though, and they return to their little back and forth. My eyes whip between them, studying their movements. Olivia's completely lost in it, her eyes wide and filled with literal killing intent. It's almost scary. It's a look I recognize, and one that sends a shiver down my back. Buster is pissed, but his is more focused, contained. Dangerous state. With 10 seconds on the clock, Buster finally makes an error and Olivia immediately capitalizes on it, punishing him brutally. He only barely survives the assault with a tiny sliver of health left as the clock runs out, but the game calls it Olivia's win anyway. Winner! Wani Long! At that point, the crowd goes apeshit again. And I do too. I can't help it. I'm lost in the moment. Round 2 begins and it becomes only quiet muttering again as we all watch intently. But a tingle crosses the back of my neck. Something's wrong with Buster. Or is he? He wouldn't. A fucking self-proclaimed big shot like him? He's fucking holding back on her. Damien shouts again beside me, but I barely register as I glare a hole into the back of Buster's head as rage blows up the back of my neck. Are you fucking serious? Talking all that shit, and you're holding back on her? Why? 'Cause she's in a fucking wheelchair? Regardless of my feelings, he at least beats her enough to claim a timeout victory. I can't fucking believe this. I almost want to walk up there and smash his fucking head into the cabinet, but I don't want to cause a scene. And more importantly, it would embarrass the fuck out of Olivia. Damien belts out another sentence, which I'm actually lucid enough to comprehend this time. You got this, Olivia! Just one more win and you're champ again! Olivia tenses up as a bunch of eyes swing to face her, and she growls his name without looking back. Damien doesn't seem perturbed as he continues. Come on, Hot Wheels! Show 'em why you're the best! She groans quietly, refocusing on the screen. For some reason, it becomes silent. No mutters, no whispering. It allows my annoyance to creep back into my mind. We'll see if he keeps doing it. Maybe I was wrong. Overreacting. Round 3 starts, and the crowd picks back up. My eyes rip into Buster, studying every fucking minute movement he makes. He is this fat piece of fuck. I must be making a mean-ass face because Damien actually taps me on the shoulder, looking at me with no small amount of concern. D, you okay, bro? Look like you're about to blow a gasket. I hiss out my words through clenched teeth. He's fucking throwing. His eyes widen in shock and he looks back at Buster. Sure enough, Olivia makes a move and Buster allows himself to hesitate for one brief moment before getting hit by a vicious combo. Dude, you're right. His brows furrow. I can tell he's thinking the same exact shit I am. Even here... Everyone else is having fun, though. If we interrupt this match, or something will kill the buzz. He looks at me timidly. If she can't tell, what's the harm? I turn my hateful glare to him, and he shrinks back with a wince. Despite it, I know he's fucking right. I shouldn't, but I can't. Not in good fucking conscience. Wait, I could... Maybe I'd hesitate if I barely knew her, but now... A growl slowly rises in my throat before it rises to a roar as I bellow out a roar above the crowd. Rip him apart, Olivia! Damien jerks back, actually glaring at me. Yeah, not so nice to get your eardrums burst, is it, pal? He quickly recovers, though, and raises 2 fingers to his mouth, whistling loudly. Heck yeah, you got this! Even Liz gives it a shot, using her height advantage to shout down from the rafters. Another roar rips its way out of me. Steamroll him! Run him over! Burn him up, Hot Wheels! Damien seems to get swept in my intensity, his frills flaring out. Yeah! Go, Hot Wheels, go! Olivia flinches, looking back at us. Her eyes widen in my incensed state, and I'm about to yell at her to pay attention when Buster peers back at us too. Fuck it. If he's going to himself be distracted. What are you gawking at us for, huh? Kill his ass, Hot Wheels! Eyes on the prize! Damien jumps up and down, pumping his fists into the air with each leap. Beat him without even looking! Her gaze cuts right through the crowd directly at me. She scowls for all but the briefest of moments before it gives way to a confident smirk. She turns back to the screen and Buster rapidly snaps himself out of his own stupor. Looks like he's got the fucking hint. Too little too late, though. Time! Buster leans back, grunting angrily and looking at Olivia. Bah! Wanna go another round? Peeping you a winner. She wheels backwards a little bit, smirking.
Sure, but I need to run to the restroom real quick.
He nods, pointing.
Sure. It's down that way.
Olivia turns and begins wheeling that way. Smiling at me warmly, she goes by. Managed to knock most of the rage out of me, and I start simmering down. Buster waits for her to be out of earshot and scrambles over to Damien and I. He looks between us, eyes wide.
Were you guys serious?
I glared down at him. About? He gesticulates wildly.
Hot Wheels! You were saying Hot Wheels! That's not really her, right?
I step forward and jab a finger into his tubby chest angrily, snarling. You're damn fucking right it is, you fat pussy. Saw you throwing that fucking match. A wave of oohs go around the crowd and Buster slumps over guiltily.
Yeah, well, Finhead here gave me a sob story about her during our match. I felt bad, okay? I want to be known as the asshole that picks on girls in wheelchairs.
You know what? Fair, but also fuck you. Some rando in the crowd pipes up.
Ooh, Buster was being hospitable to the young lady.
He wheels around, scanning the crowd angrily.
Who the fuck? Shut up!
Someone else interrupts him, cackling.
Yo, Buster, you simping?
He jabs a finger at the guy angrily and then turns back to us.
Piss off! But, look, I really didn't mean any disrespect or anything, alright? If I'd known she was Hot Wheels from the beginning, I would have taken it dead serious.
He looks me dead in the eye, seemingly unfazed by my threatening glare now.
I'll play for real now. It's what she deserves, okay?
The sneer on my face rises to a grin, which causes him to recoil. I slap a hand on his shoulder and grip tightly, leaning down and getting to his face. Beads of sweat start dripping down his forehead. Good. You better, buddy. Otherwise I'm going to take you out into the parking lot, and your new name is going to be Busted Nuts. Got it? Damien shoots me a sly side glance as a peal of laughter rips around the crowd at my threat, and I know exactly what the fuck he's thinking about. I glare at him from the side. You bring that up, and you're going out in the parking lot too, motherfucker. He gets the hint, shrieking back with a meek grin. Buster nods twice in rapid succession, and I let him go, gently shoving him back towards the arcade machine. He cracks his knuckles and neck, breathing out the fear of God I just put into him. The guy from earlier pipes up.
Still kinda simping, though.
Buster casually cocks his head back.
Shut the hell up, Dave.
Olivia returns not soon after, sliding back up to the machine.
Thanks for waiting.
He nods at her.
No problem. Ready?
She smirks.
You know it.
He smirks back.
Good, 'cause you're going down this time.
Their smirks become a competitive scowl, and they return their focus to the screen. They both pick the same characters as last time, and as soon as the game announcer shouts out, "Fight!" I feel a whip crack of static in the air as Buster immediately starts brutalizing Olivia, completely catching her off guard. Good. He was being serious. Olivia doesn't stay reeling for long, and even though Buster is throwing himself into it like an absolute beast, she still managed to land a few blows here and there while dodging a few decisive attacks. Crowd seems to catch the same intensity I do, and Damien and I find ourselves falling back into it, roaring out encouragements for her. Unfortunately, as much as I hate to admit it, Buster was apparently not just hot air about his skills, and it's over. She lost. I can't help but slump over sadly. Fuck. Buster crosses his arms and straightens out proudly, basking in the glory of defeating the Hot Wheels. Olivia wheels back from the machine and looks up at him, impressed.
Damn, you really did hand my ass to me.
To my surprise, he actually gives her a warm smile.
Didn't I say I was kind of a big deal around here?
She waves him off.
Yeah.
He chuckles.
I gotta admit, though, you really did give me a challenge. I can see why you were the champ back then.
At that, she smirks up at him again.
Thanks.
He nods, leaning gently against the machine.
If you're ever up for a rematch, you know where to find me.
Olivia nods one final time, and then makes her way over to us, beaming happily. She seems invigorated, despite losing. We all turn and walk away to a more spacious area of the arcade as Buster belts out a challenge to the rest of the gathered geeks, and Damien pumps his fist as we go, peering down Olivia. That was awesome, Liv! I can't help but grin, nodding. Yeah, that shit was electric. She looks up at both of us happily, nodding.
Gosh, wasn't it? I thought I would be rusty, but the moment he started going all out, I was so close to beating him.
She holds her hands up, and they're shaking. I know that.
Look, I'm all jittery.
I nod, grinning. That's the post-fight dopamine rush. Feels great, doesn't it? Olivia beams up at me happily, about to respond in a positive before she suddenly stops. Her happy face screwing up into one of confusion. In fact, all three of them look at me weird. Shit. I stare at each of them nervously and then just shrug, grinning. I watch a lot of IFC. She snorts and Damien snaps out of his stupor. Hey, you know where they sell food, right? We should get some snacks to celebrate. Before anyone can either confirm or deny that they would in fact want some food, he turns and marches off towards the snack bar. Liz hurries off after him, encouraging him to wait. Leaving Olivia and I alone for a brief moment. Her suspicions faded, and she peers at me with a soft smile.
Food, huh? You know what? I could go for a little something.
I pull out my phone, grunting. Yeah, it's about that time, I guess.
Come on, they went this way.
She starts barreling her way through the crowd, and I take advantage of the swath she cut to jog after her. The snack bar is a grimy little place. Tile and set of carpet, gross-looking cheap little tables and seats, and bright-eyed, straining fluorescent lights. I scan the menu with trepidation. Man, I am not eating any of this shit. I already feel lousy enough eating nothing but chips and soda during school lunch every day. This fucking garbage might actually just kill me. Damien orders 2 slices of gnarly-ass pizza all for himself, the glutton. But he does pay for Liz's sad little arcade salad. He offered to pay for Olivia's and mine too, but after I told him I didn't plan on eating any of this garbage, he shrugged. I just go ahead and pay for Olivia's, and she orders a basket of hot wings. When we all get our food, Damien doesn't even fucking bother to sit down, sprinting off back into the arcade with pizza in both of his hands like a 4-year-old. Liz plants the mothership in a seat next to us, but cranes her neck off after him, effectively leaving Olivia and I alone. I slump into the seat, and Olivia barely sets the train down before... Holy fucking Christ. I can only watch on in shocked awe as she absolutely eviscerates these fucking wings. Bones and all. It's like watching a fucking nature documentary up in this bitch. She crunches down on a bone particularly hard, sending a squirt of marrow onto the table. I can't help but scrunch my nose, nor can I help the mutter that escapes me. Fucking dinos. She stops her voracious carnage for a brief moment to peer at me, but then continues unabated. Fucking sheesh. I wait until she slows down a bit, and then I prefer a question to her. So, anything else you got in mind? She chews idly on a bone, cocking her head back and forth as she ponders my question. Jesus, that looks a lot like a finger bone. She shrugs.
I don't know. Watching you dance yourself to death is pretty fun. And after fighting Buster, I'm pretty wiped. Damon's probably got like 20 minutes left in him, so I'm cool to hang out here if you are. Unless you want to play something.
I shake my head. Nah, never really got into the video games thing. I'm also kind of hitting my limit. I wave my hands around at the building in general. Socially? She looks away idly, nodding. I continue, though. I wouldn't mind doing it again, though.
Yeah?
Fuck yeah. Absolutely. I haven't done anything like this, normal in a long time. It was fun. She cocks an eyebrow at me, wiping her mouth free of sauce with a napkin.
You said something weird about fighting earlier, D. And back at the party, that bruise I saw, the random little nicks you come to school with sometimes, are you?
Oof. It's with a sudden interrogation. I sink back in my seat, wincing. Do I have to tell you? She looks at me sternly.
I was honest with you, D.
Fuck. She's right. I lean forward, resting my forehead on my palm, my hand, and sighing, checking to make sure neither Liv or Damien were in earshot, or anyone, for that matter. Nope. We're good. Alright. Fuck. Yeah. You know those walks I've been taking around the city? She nods slowly, concern creeping across her face. I've been going out into random slums and getting into street brawls, alright? She gasps softly, her brows shooting up.
Dee, what the hell? It's fucking dangerous. You could get hurt or what?
I cut her off, not raising my voice but taking a stern tone. I know. I just was at the beginning, though. I found a place where I can go, where I can do it relatively safely. She leans back, unconvinced. I'm not going to tell you where it is. It doesn't have a name. But it's got rules to keep me from dying, and I made a deal with the owners of the joint that they'll keep me from getting too fucked up. It's something I gotta do. Okay? You've seen me when I get into those nasty fucking moods. It helps me feel better. Keeps my mind clear. Please, please, do not tell the others. I'm begging you. You worrying about me is bad enough. I don't need the whole fucking crew doing it for me too, okay? She hesitates, wringing her hands in her lap before she looks back up at me, nervously, gently nodding.
Okay, Dee.
I stare at her intently. Promise me, okay? She looks away again. Olivia, promise me.
I promise. I promise I won't say anything.
I lean back in my chair, smiling at her. She returns it nervously. Man, she's gonna be thinking about that shit constantly now. Thank you. So, I jab my thumb at Liz. Her and him, huh? She cocks an eyebrow.
What?
I return the look. Oh, come on. She's geeking on him hard. You haven't noticed? She hums.
I guess you're right. Didn't really think of it that way.
I snort and then smirk at her. Shit, the way she was trying to split us up. It's like she was setting it up to be a double date or something. Her eyes widen, crimson immediately flooding across her face as she stares at me. Instead of recoiling away in embarrassment like I expect, she leans forward slightly, her tail wagging back and forth gently.
You think so?
That's not what I was expecting. I feel a subtle heat drift open in my face before I lean back, chuckling awkwardly. Raptor fucking Jesus Christ, I haven't felt this stuttery and dumb in a long while. Yeah? Kind of funny, ain't it? You know, we're going to the gym every week and shit together, you know, so I guess it kind of does look like we're Something whips around and clobbers me across the back, causing me to jolt forward with a grunt. Thankfully, it also knocks the stupid out of me, and I look at Olivia with a scowl as she grabs her tail and clutches it against her tightly, blushing like a fool.
Crap, sorry.
She lets it fall back to the floor and sweeps her hands over her face, rubbing the red away as she gives out her own awkward chuckle. She looks back up at me, face now returning to a normal smile.
Yeah. I had fun today. It's been a long time since I've done something normal like this, too. Seeing this place, it's nice.
I nod solemnly. Fucknuts or whatever his name was said they renovated it. That true? She hums quietly, turning her attention to the wider arcade, scanning it intently.
I think they changed the wallpaper, but other than that...
She looks back at me, a grin awash with nostalgia adorning her face.
Nah, still the same. You know what has changed?
I cock an eyebrow, silently asking her to continue.
The people here.
Yeah, I think I get that. I bet this place used to be fucking crazy. She nods wistfully, looking back at the arcade machines.
Back then, every machine was crowded. It was a lot louder, and there was this.
She stops, searching for the right word. I finish it for her. Electricity? She snaps her gaze to me, pointing with an excited nod.
Yeah, electricity.
I nod. Like when you and fucknuts were playing that game. She grins, not looking good.
Yeah, it was like that, but more. Way more. Imagine that, but across the entire building.
I don't really have to think that hard. The pit is exactly like that. She suddenly deflates with a heavy sigh, turning completely back around.
Now it's just empty. Like everything else.
I glance around. I don't know about empty. This place is almost too fucking loud and noisy for me even now. She hums quietly, pulling her canteen up and staring at the sticker that drew my attention earlier today. Oh, hey, here's my chance. I gestured to it with a casual finger. What's that sticker from? Noticed it when I was getting you water. She looks up at me, wearing a poker face.
It's just from some old anime that I remember watching growing up. It's no big deal.
Anime? Visions of that scene and his stupid-ass leaked photos start bubbling around in my head again. Shit. Well, you know what they say, atonement has to begin somewhere. Some old anime, eh? Go on, tell me about it. Almost immediately, she leans forward, a sparkling look gracing her rapidly dilating eyes that I have never seen before. Her jaw hangs open slightly as she scans my face intently, whispering softly,
You really want to know?
Oh, shit. What did I just unleash? Yeah, before I can even finish the sentence, she wheels closer to me and starts assailing me with a literal from-memory synopsis about this show, which is apparently called Gundam. It's about people in big-ass robot suits blowing each other up and shit. Sounds kind of fucking rad, actually. Normally I would almost immediately check out, but I don't know. Passion in her voice as she goes on this long-winded diatribe keeps me interested. I have zero clue what the fuck any of it means, but at this point I'm just listening to her because I like the sound of her voice. She tells me what the sticker means. Apparently it belongs to a faction of guys fighting for their independence or some shit. Hell yeah. Fight the power. I assume she's going to stop at several points when she suddenly picks it back up into entirely different offshoot. Apparently the show has like fucking 800 different versions of it or something. And she seems intent on explaining in great detail every single one to me. An irritation that arises that I would usually feel when being yapped at is quickly beaten and battered aside by my growing fondness for Olivia. I'm completely lost in it. Feeling creeps up my neck, one that I'm only somewhat familiar with. I think back to my earlier reaction to the double date thing. I don't have time to ponder it further as Olivia suddenly chokes out a sentence with an sound. I lean forward, a little alarmed. You okay? She smiles happily at me, her voice coming out scratchy and wretched again.
Fine.
I gesture to the canteen. Need more? She shakes her head and lifts it to her mouth, drawing deeply from its waters. Damn, she's chugging that shit down hardcore. Last time I saw her chug it like that was during the first time we really spoke in Yadikin's class. She finally lowers it, sighing out happily. I nod at her. All good? She returns it.
Mm-hmm. So where'd I?
She stops herself, looking away suddenly with a soft hum.
Actually, I've probably been babbling on about it for too long.
Hey, don't let me stop you. I was getting into it.
Nah, you're fine. You let me talk about my favorite shows, so tell me about yours.
I grunt. I just watched IFC, you know that. She cocks an eyebrow.
You don't have any favorite old shows from when you were a kid?
I think about it and... Nah. Not really. Wait. Oh shit, yeah there is. Yeah, actually. It was this, I guess, anime. She looks interested now, cocking an eyebrow. It was about boxing. I don't remember the name, though. Or how I saw it, for that matter. I think I just found a random DVD of it in the store one time and begged my mom to buy it for me because I thought it looked cool. It was, fighting something. Olivia thinks for a moment, humming.
Fighting spirit?
A memory jolts back into my brain as I snap my fingers and point at her, grinning. Yeah, fighting spirit. Holy shit. You've seen my little tag signature, right? I pasted off that. I based its style off that. She smirks.
I knew something was familiar about it when I first saw it. That's fun, D. Maybe we can watch it sometime. Next time you're over at my place.
I nod, the grin not fading. Fuck yeah. She then cocks an eyebrow, her own smirk rising to a grin.
If it ever gets too serious, though, you can always watch Power Raptors with Vinny.
I snort. I got enough of that kid by himself. I'm good. She giggles.
He does like it a lot. I remember my dad letting me watch it as a kid, and Vinny got into it because I showed him.
Her dad, huh? That's nice. You know, you said your dad was in and out of town a lot for work. What's his job?
He's on contract with the DOD.
Some part of me feels a lump drop in my stomach. Jesus. Dad's a government man? Fuck me, the delinquent side of me is shitting himself. Play it cool, Fault. Damn. Badass. She nods.
Yep, been working with the Air Force since I was a baby.
Her face falls to a neutral expression as she glances away.
Normally he isn't called in that often, but when he does, it's for a long time. Weeks, even months.
Damn. That must be rough. She shrugs, looking back at me.
It's not that bad. We still call and text all the time. It's just busy.
I nod. Good. Keeping in touch with the family is important. Why'd I even say that? Much to my horror, Olivia follows up on it.
What about your parents? What's their job?
I must get a look on my face, because she suddenly looks a little worried. I live by myself. The worry doesn't fade. She sounds sad.
You do?
God, Olivia, please don't use that tone of voice. It hurts. I mean, yeah, my dad is paying for the apartment and stuff. He's... shit. Do I really want to tell her? Fuck. Deflect and hope she doesn't press it. It's... You know, I told you a while ago I was sent here. It was by myself.
What about your mom?
At that, I recoil quite heavily. She suddenly looks regretful. She died a while ago. Just me and my old man. Before she can apologize, Liz's mothership starts freaking the fuck out about something, drawing us both out of the dreadfully fucking awful conversation we were in. Thank God. Damien comes bounding back over Liz's head and toe with an armful of tickets, sporting the most excited pog I've seen on him yet. Good lord, that's a lot of paper. Sight of it alone is enough to knock any lingering funk out of both Olivia and I. Shit, he's got tickets trailing behind him. Liz giggles happily.
Damien got the jackpot at Megalomillionaire.
He nods, holding his treasure up for the world to see.
This is probably like 1,000 tickets. I'm gonna go see what this gets at the prize counter. Come on!
He goes speeding off again, Liz getting up and following after him with the main body. I glance back down at Olivia. You done eating? She looks at the mostly finished pile of wings and grunts quietly.
Yeah.
Yikes. Yeah, my appetite would be spoiled after that too. We both follow behind Damien and arrive just as he slaps down his ticket pile on the desk, where the clerk sits there looking at him with an expression not unlike my dumb fuck face. Damien doesn't seem to acknowledge it. What can I get with these babies? The clerk snorts. Nothing. You need to drop these in a ticket counter first. He hisses. Crap. I forgot. He rushes off to get them counted, and I look over the prize options. A couple of old-ass games for a rip-off number of several thousand. Fucking shitload of candy and plastic trash in the glass case. Bunch of prank-type shit. And the ever-so-present plush corner, where both license and knockoff live alike. What is he even gonna get? Liz hums thoughtfully, bringing her head down low enough for her to tap her finger against her chin as she scans the wall.
Probably the mini RC car? Or no, maybe that plasma globe.
Olivia chimes in dully.
He's gonna get a handful of candy, leave us the rest.
I snort. Sounds about right. Soon enough, he's back, handing a much nicer single ticket with 1247 printed on it. Jesus, he won the megalomillionaire jackpot and only got that much? This place really is a fucking ripoff. Damien scans the wall, humming. He tries to go for the foosball table that is entirely out of the price range, with the clerk, which the clerk is quick to point out. He grunts out and, damn it, and then his gaze swivels right down to the candy. So the prophecy comes true. Sure enough. He gets a small little bag of chocolates and turns to us with a big, goofy grin. You guys can have the rest. Olivia and I share a look as Liz speaks.
I don't really need any of this.
I shake my head. I'm good. Olivia pipes up.
I might want something.
She wheels closer, scanning the wall and humming quietly. I'm wondering what tickles her fancy when her gaze slowly settles on the plushie corner, and she gets the same wide-eyed, sparkly look as when she was explaining Gundam to me.
Whoa, look at that.
I follow her pointing finger and immediately recoil. What the fuck is that thing? Some kind of sparkly, green, fucking blushing, long frog thing. It is seemingly the last of its species, and as I gaze at it, my hackles start to raise as some primordial need for genocide creeps its way up the back of my neck. Damien looks equally perturbed. That one? He stares at it, and suddenly his brows furrow. I kinda want to tie it to a firework and set it off into a deep fryer. I snarl quietly. I want to fucking twist its little head off and cast it down into a pit of fire. Liz raises both of her hands and gently bats us both across the head.
You guys are being rude. You're not wrong, though. Still rude.
Damien's side eyes are grimacing. He looks like he's the reason we have taxes. I snarl louder this time. I fucking hate its face. Smug looking piece of shit. The clerk chimes in. I've gotten used to it. It's been around for years. Damien looks up at it hatefully. Tell it I hate it. I glance down at Olivia, who still looks just as enamored with it. Please tell me you aren't actually getting this thing. She reaches out towards it with grabby hands, whispering quietly.
Wow. It's just like me.
The clerk pulls it off its hooks and hands it to her, and she looks deeply into its nasty, grimy little shitty eyes. She sets it in her lap with a smile.
Yep. Just like me.
Damien sneers down at it, vitriol pouring out of his mouth in a manner that almost shocks me. I'm gonna set it on fire sometime. Olivia wheels around, glaring up at him.
Not if you like having both arms.
He doesn't back down. We have to for a reason. They bicker back and forth for several minutes until Liz looks at her watch and glances back up at them.
Guys, it's getting late. Think it's time we head out?
I look at my phone. Shit, yeah, it is. I want to head to the pit tonight before it gets too late. Yep. Damien deflates. I guess you're right. We all start filing out towards the exit, and when we're getting close, Damien stops, breathing in happily. He turns around to face us with a beaming smile. You know, This was a lot of fun. Coming here all together for the first time in a while. Thanks for taking us, Liz. She smiles, brushing a strand of hair away from her face shyly.
Oh, it's no problem.
Damien turns towards Olivia and I, nodding. Well, thanks to you guys, too. I clap him on the shoulder, grinning. Hell yeah, big man. Had a really good time. How about you? He shoots me a grin, pairing it with a thumbs up. Even better. Olivia hums, drawing her attention.
I know I was a bit mad about the idea at first, but I'll admit,
She looks up at us, smiling widely.
it was worth it.
We all share a smile and head back out into the parking lot, where we file back into the car and I do the whole wheelchair rigmarole again, this time very carefully. Once we're all buckled in, Damien glances back and catches sight of the dreaded plushie again, and the arguments begin anew. I'm just saying, you should try hiding pencils in its ears until they come out of the other side of its head. Livia's curled up completely into her corner of the car, snuggling up to it and resting her head on top of its, smiling. At least until she bites back at Damien.
If anyone hurts him, I'll kill you.
I snort. Alright, cool. Alright, cool it. Fratricide over a stuffed animal would make a shitty newspaper headline. I wince anyway as Damien hugs it tighter. Liz speaks up.
So, D, want me to drop you off at your place?
Hella. Yeah, let me text you the address real quick. The deed's just done. Liz pulls out of the parking lot and onto the main road. The orange glow of the sunset bathes everything from the city to the car's interior. A light that sets gives the newfound little photographer in my brain pause. Thanks, Ben. Question rises in my mind for Olivia, and I turn to ask her, but it catches in my throat as I turn to her. She's curled up so peacefully, gazing out of the window at the scenery going by. I feel myself going just a little red as I take in the sight. Only one word pops into my mind. Adorable. I'll leave her alone. After gym today and all that activity, she must be exhausted. I look away with a soft smile, which slowly fades as I think about the night I'm about to have. Sure, it was exciting. Very much, actually. This is another night I'll probably never forget. But tonight is my real main event. I can't shake the lingering feeling of the lightning in the arcade. I gotta fight. I have to. I need to. And there we go. Another chapter down. Mr. Streamer's losing steam right in front of our eyes. I think I was just kind of like, my brain was jumbling upwards a little bit. Ugh.
Need more water.
Oh, big gulp. Notes. Hey, remember when I said I was going to work on I Want to Marry That Gator? Oops. Turns out I'm having some wicked bad writer's block for it. I guess I might actually be punch drunk myself. At this rate, I may very well be done with this story before I can figure out what to do with Want to Marry. But hey, it's fine. Good things come to those who wait. Anyway, you never expected it. The Olivia gym arc. My power is maximum. Look at Jake. Look at Jake and his little funny notes. I can't sleep, so I came back to listen. Yeah, that was like a fucking hour and a half chapter. Oy, boy. I'll let my body stretch some more. I've been Broly maxing from the start. My power truly is maximum. Agua pilled. We like guagua. Oh, man. Oh. I'm assuming the next one's a bloody knuckle. Yeah. Herm. What if we did 5 chapters? Well, what if we did 5 chapters? Rolls up my sleeves. Chapter 11. Bloody Knuckled Interlude. 4. Liz drops me off at my place first, naturally. It was the closest to the arcade anyway. I stand at the curb and wave them all off, watching them drive away. I wait. And wait. Eventually, when I'm sure they're long gone, I immediately call up a cab and head to the pit. At this time of night, it's usually pretty active. Sure enough, I head inside and there's a fight ripping and roaring away. I don't care to stay and watch it. Scan the room for Pops, but he's not in here right now. Must be in the office. I head to the back and rap on the door. Sure enough, his voice calls out for entry, and I open the door, stepping inside. He peers up at me from his desk, smiling wryly.
Ah, D. You look fired up, boy. In the mood for a fight tonight?
Fired up is an understatement. I stroll up to his desk and lean onto it with both hands, staring down at him. My voice is oddly calm, free of its usual cadence. Who's the craziest motherfucker in here right now? I want to fight them. Forget my little rules for this bout. He cocks an eyebrow.
What's got you keyed up like this?
I shake my head, grinning. I just feel good. Invigorated. Come on, Pops. He seems hesitant for a brief moment, but then relents, shrugging.
Alright, kid. It's your choice. Most dangerous guy I got in here right now is Demetrius. That is Inasaw.
He peers up at me, narrowing his eyes.
You know what that means, right, kid?
There's Inosaurus. The only dino species banned wholesale from competing in the IFC. Their talons are fucking wicked long, and even more sharp. It's actually a legal requirement that they file them blunt for public safety. Even then, it's still fucking dangerous. They can't just be trimmed all the way down because there are a lot of important blood vessels in them. Cock an eyebrow at Pops. Unfiled. He nods stoically. Shit. That's actually bad. I trust the medical team, though. It's really up to Demetrius on how badly he wants to fuck me up. Pop seems to know what I'm thinking.
He knows the rules and sticks to them. He won't try to kill you. He's real good about avoiding vital spots, but he'll still fuck you up if you let him. I got others guys you can fight. You still want to do this?
I contemplate it for a good long while, before I eventually look back down at him. I'm in. The crowd is apprehensive tonight. I've gotten a small little reputation over the course of my time here. Nothing too wild like Stefan, but a lot of the regulars know who I am. A hush fell over the crowd when they saw me step into the ring with Demetrius. He's a cold, quiet guy. Ice cold, even. Makes me wonder if this guy's a hitman on the side or something. I don't ask questions. Good way to find out the hard way. He peers at me from across the cage, sizing me up. I do the same to him. Those fucking claws. He hasn't just kept them unblunted. I swear to God he's sharpened them. It's actually a good thing, though. Cleaner cuts, easier to stitch up. His voice cuts across the silence at me. His accent is thick. Greek, I think. I don't know a Greek accent.
No hard feelings, eh?
I don't know. I shake my head, grinning. Do your worst, Wolverine. He grins back. It's perturbing. That was Canadian. I don't know what Greek is. Hold up, pause. Pause. Cut the screen. I'll edit this out later. What does the Greek accent sound like? Greek accent. Help me. Amazing Greek accent.
Well, this is a tribute to amazing Greek accent. This is the bread.
This is the bread.
This is the biscotti.
This is the biscotti.
This is the cookies.
This is the cookies. Very nice, beautiful cookies. All right, you know what? I'm just gonna. That's what I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna try and emulate that. Alright. Alright, here we go. Okay. I take a deep breath, relaxing my body as the announcer steps in. Bobs only does it sometimes. Usual guy is another human, like me. Suave-looking, dark-skinned guy with dreadlocks. They don't bother using microphones here, so he takes a deep breath as he belts out our introductions. Good evening, folks! I hope you're ready to see some bloodshed tonight! He sweeps a hand on me. On this side of the cage, the bruiser from out of town, D! A round of applause and cheers goes around. He sweeps his hand over to Demetrius. And on this side of the cage, the Heraclean Ripper, Demetrius! Demetrius doesn't get any applause, only quiet murmurs. What the fuck did I just step into? The announcer steps back, raising his arms up to the heavens. You both know the rules of the pit! When the bell rings, bring the heat! With a flourish, he hastily steps out of the cage, leaving Demetrius and I alone. He stares at me without emotion, and I can't help the chill that rises along my spine. I feel the thump of my heartbeat in my ears. My body moves on its own, bouncing up and down and doing any final stretches it needs to. Do. Demetrius isn't moving at all. The grim motherfucker. The seconds creep by like hours as I get studied. Primordial feelings of dread bounce around the back of my head. I need to be careful, or I might die. Ding, ding, ding. Neither of us jolt forward. Instead, we take it slow. Cautious steps. Demetrius isn't any kind of combat stance I'm familiar with. It's more feral. Bestial. He flexes his fingers back and forth, the dagger-like talons waving to and fro lackadaisically, as they peel the air like a potato. This isn't the lightning I wanted. This is a sleet storm. We draw closer. 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 A flash and suddenly talons rake out at me. I veer to the side, avoiding the attack and battering a fist across the side of his snout, which does little to stop him as he jerks his other hand at me. Only barely managed to twitch out of reach, the very tips of the claws flicking at the surface of my skin. One of my avenues of attack is completely cut off. Can't fucking grapple this guy, he'd eviscerate me. Becomes a game of counterattacking. I wait, he attacks, I dodge and counter. Except, not doing good enough for it to count. All I can hit him with are light jabs. He's starting to nick me too, steadily wearing me down with microcuts that slowly leak my blood to the mat. Already stained with years of old bouts. Starts looking more and more like a child's splatter painting as the brief jolts of action fling the crimson ichor off my body and across the floor. I finally managed to nail an opening after a particularly clumsy and excited strike of his, and I hammer a right straight firmly into the front of his snout. His own blood joins mine on the floor, intermingling in a demented dance as it starts freely flowing out of his nostrils. A wide grin stretches across his face, blood running down between his teeth. This is a word I don't know, and I'm not even gonna hazard a guess. So we're gonna take just a quick thing here, put this in here.
Εξαιρετικό.
Even if I knew what he was saying, I don't have the strength to snap back. I'm slowing down, starting to gas out. I can't keep this up. But I'll be fucking damned if I'm gonna go down without giving him something to remember me by. Suddenly, I jolt forward. He staggers back, clearly not expecting such an aggressive play, but swings a claw down at me regardless. I reach out and catch his wrist, even as his long talons still find their way into my arm, leaving shallow cuts that bleed more profusely than the others. I wrench into the side, interrupting his follow-up strike as I throw an overhead and spike my knuckles right into the orbital bones of his left eye. I feel something crack, and he hisses out in delighted pain. I try to let go and dip back in preparation for his follow-up, but the fatigue is too much. I'm too slow. A white flash of pain cuts across my chest, and I stagger back, staring dumbly down at the 3 long gashes he's left down my torso. The flesh is sundered cleanly, neat gaps peering into the muscles on my chest, which are shortly replaced by gouts of blood that spill out in a soft torrent, falling to the mat with audible drips. I stagger back further, the bell sounding out dully in my ears. The fringes of my vision start to go gray as I can only continue staring at the blood leaving my body. The next few moments are a blur. I get rushed back into the pit's makeshift clinic as one of the medical teamsters goes and calls for them to get a car ready to take me to the hospital. I call out, even in a dazed state. No! No hospital! Just fix me here! The man turns back around, puzzled and shocked.
But, kid, we don't have any sedatives here, and these are deep.
A slurring snarl rises its way out of my throat. I don't give a shit. Just give me something to bite down on and stitch me from up here. Looks like he's about to tell me to go fuck myself, but I hear Stefan's voice ring out across the room. What do you want, Evan? Man grunts, annoyed. Fuck. Alright, here. He produces a little strip of leather, holding it up to my teeth. I chomp down onto it and lean back, shutting my eyes. I don't remember much of anything the rest of my time at the pit. Most of it is just spent in white-hot agony as they disinfect the wounds, clean them as best they can, start stitching them up. The needle bites into my flesh and rips a hiss of pain out each time it goes back and forth. It seems like I grind my teeth into the leather deeper with each pull. What seems like a century of suffering passes by, until finally the last stitch is put in with a final tug that wrenches an actual yelp out of me. They clean it up one final time, and then have me sit up, much to my pained consternation. Gauze is wound around my chest and wrenched tight. Stefan is the one to offer to take me home, and Evan hands him a small bag filled with more gauze rolls. He then turns to me. You're gonna need to change your bandages every day for 2 weeks. Check it daily. If it gets infected, for the love of Raptor Jesus, please go to the hospital. We can't deal with that here. And enough time will have passed that nobody will be suspicious about it. Assuming it all goes fine, come back to me in 2 weeks. I'll get your stitches removed. Now here. He takes out a tiny bag filled with 2 white pills. Take one tonight to help you sleep, and take another one later on down the line if you need it to help with the pain. These are strong. Don't bother coming back and asking for more, because you're not getting any. When it wears off and starts hurting like a motherfucker, and it will, do not take any aspirin. I stitched this up as best I could, but it's still gonna leak a bit, and aspirin will only thin your blood and keep it from clotting. I nodded him dumbly, taking the bag and slipping it into a pocket. Stefan gives me his shoulder and leads me back outside. Each step I take sends a dull thump of pain reverberating throughout my body. He gently lowers me into the passenger seat of his car and buckles me in. He asks me for my address, and I can only mumble it out to him. He looks perturbed when I tell him I live on the 3rd floor, but naturally my complex has an elevator, which soothes him. Even as late as it is, there are still some people milling about, so they get to see my big-ass, scary-looking stego guy hauling a fucked-up-looking skinny to his room. Yippee. That won't start spreading rumors in the building. Soon enough, we arrive at my door and I fumble my key out, opening it. Stefan lets me go inside and doesn't follow for a brief moment, but then peers his head inside and takes into my apartment. Brief look of confusion flashes across his face as he steps in, shutting the door behind him as I gently lower myself onto my bed, hissing in pain the entire way. Stefan sets the bag of gauze down on my bedside table and then gently sits on my nearby couch, staring at me. Kid, you live here by yourself? I nod silently, and he hums quietly. Alright, I won't pry. You gonna be good? I reach into my pocket and slip the pill bag out. will be after I take one of these and conk the fuck out. Thanks for bringing me home, Stefan. He nods, but leans forward. Anytime. It's not gonna heal before you have to go back to school, though. You have the weekend at least. I wave him off, careful not to agitate my wounds. I'll just call in sick for a few days. Then I should be okay enough to haul my ass over there. My PE teacher is cool. I won't ask questions about this shit, so I won't have to do anything physical. Stefan seems to accept this answer, standing up and heading for the door. Alright, sleep well, kid. Here, toss me your key. I'll lock the door and then slip it back under the frame. I oblige him, and he does so, leaving me alone in my apartment. Almost immediately, I slip a pill out of the bag and pick up the cup of last night's stale, half-drunk bedtime water, slugging it back with a grimace. Set the other pill and the cup onto the table and gently ease myself back into bed. Heaven wasn't joking. This shit is strong. Pain slowly becomes errant whispers across my body, which itself seems to grow weightier and weightier with every passing moment.
Just looked down and I was like, wait a minute. Uh-oh. Is it still not working? Did it not reconnect? Hold up. Fuck, I'm a Twitch chatter now. Hold up a sec. Okay, wait, is it back up? Okay, back. Cool, cool, cool. Let me refresh this on my end as well. The live portion here. Okay, it looks like it's good, yeah. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Last I heard was around when he took the pill. Okay. I'll just I'll reread the last bit here, because I mean that's basically like the last fucking. Oh, how did I get back here? I thought I hit it once. All right. It caught it. Don't worry. All right, cool. I'll take your word for it, because I mean like he takes the pill like right fucking here, so like there's not much there. If I have to, I'll just re-record it for the master cut. I rewound the look. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I think the fucking glowies just crawled up my ass and tried to destroy the stream. So that was not cool. I don't know what that was. That was just like a micro stutter. Well, I guess not much of a micro. All right, now you should just read this one as a recompense. Fuck yourself. You got 5 chapters tonight, motherfucker. you will. Wait, was it 5 or was it 4? It was definitely 3. 6? Can we get 6? No, motherfucker, this is not a short chapter. I can't do another one. We gotta let the fucking brakes. We gotta pump it a little bit. Macro stutter? That's what we'll call it. What kind of fucking pills did Pops give us? Always ate your booty hole for real. On God. Chapter 6. Or 6 chapters, let's go. This is a good one. No, you are not getting. It is 4:30 a.m. You are not getting chapter 6. Don't worry, we'll get more fucking punch drunk. You guys know I like the fucking story, so we'll be reading it. Need to let my fucking throat rest though. Like I feel it getting a little scratchier as is right now. And since I'm still trying to warm back up to the streaming after like a week break, probably good not to fucking cock on the table 6 chapters or something, you know what I mean? Next stream we read like the last like 11 chapters. You're out of your fucking mind. You have a favorite part in so far in Punch Drunk? I liked, let's see here. My mind is jumping to the library scene. You know, where in regular Wani it would just be in the rain. I like library. Time isn't real. Shut your mouth. This is Mr. Bossman version of no boobs. Get me in there, I'll read it myself. Just kidding, my Olivia voice isn't that good. Brother, I don't think I was keeping a fucking like a decent Olivia voice that whole goddamn time.
Punch Drunk audiobook when I finish Punch Drunk, I'll give you your master cut. There is Xenosaur representation, badass. Theory was pretty cool. Post-revival yapping. Well, yeah, we always have like just a little bit of yap at the end. The length of it, it differs, but, you know. And you see a little bit. Mr. Streamer, before you end the stream, can you give Cars his feet poster roll? If I do that, the fucking server blows up. You know damn well that the moment he gets feet poster, it's lights. That's all that's going to be in fucking absolute filth. I don't want to open up that fucking Pandora's box, alright? Jake has potential to become second Mr. Bigman. More like when Punch Drunk gets finished. Real. I'll do 24 soon, I promise. Damn. Going for your fucking tags right now. You know what I find interesting thinking of it now? What's that? Since I can't unhear Heather's voice without Jack pop up. Yeah, Jake's Heather voice is pretty fun. When it comes to you doing Olivia's voice back during the Wani Vaj, you still did the similar voice, but was way softer. Now you do it more raspy. Well, I mean, part of that too is because I was able to use a more dulled out, like more natural voice for myself during Wani. Here, I'm like trying to pitch it down a little bit for Damien's voice, or not Damien, for Dorian's voice. So I'm talking more like this, and swapped in between that and the raspy voice. It's not super easy. So it's a little more grating on the vocals. Whereas talking like Inko is more just like this. Hey, I'm Inko. What's up? Well, what do you mean, Olivia? I don't get it. I thought we were cool. You know? Just a different little thing. We're still up. We're going to be ending soon. I know the feeling, Jake. I'll be long dead before I finish my fix. I'll be long dead before I even begin any of mine. I've been lacking, it's true, biblically accurate, Olivia. Not super easy, huh? Oh boy, can't wait until they're hanging out all the time together. Literally about to happen. It's fine. The thing is, too, I haven't had a lot of... I've been a little bit out of practice with, like, an Olivia voice as part of the issue as well. So...
You know, it is what it is.
Oopsies. Oh boy. Inko more like Stinko. Just kidding. Wonko is Stinko, that's for sure. I guess you could say Mr. Creamer ain't getting within a foot of adding that role. Ah, that was so fucking bad. Oh, I hated that. Olivia, I'm trying to sneak around, but the clap of my ass cheeks keeps alerting Mia. Inko, more like into the trash. Shrinko. Hope you're all ready for Gator smooching. Of course I am. I love my Gator. She keeps thinking it's bad. Okay, fellas. Ugh. I guess, you know what? At the end of the day, I did keep to my word. We did do a longer reading stream. For a minute there, it looked like we were going to end off at like the 3 hour, but look at that. We got 2 more hours in this shit. Very cool. Throws a thumbs up at Jake. PDG won't have smut in it at all. That might come later. Literally. Ha. Oh my god. Is that where we're at? Fucking puns and shit. Play on words. Oh, that means it's time to stop. Anything happening after this, like, gaming? I don't know. I need to, like, evaluate how I'm feeling and then play from there. I don't think we're going to do, like, a community night. Usually at this time of night, there ain't enough people around for that shit. But maybe Dark Tide. Maybe. I'm not committing to that because it is fucking late. It is late. I don't fucking know how that goes, so that's just my approximation. I got the new Fojis on the D. Oh, I know what you're going for there. 500 is 500. Alright. I'm probably not going to be live tomorrow, since that's like my watch night. So, look forward to a stream on Wednesday. There's a couple things I can do for that.
we'll see what I'm feeling. Maybe if I can get Jake and Lanny like together for a stream, we might do Chain together. Because I want to do a rage game, and that could be fun. I also bought Getting Over It, so that's something I could do for a funny little fun streamy yay type deal. And then there's just a ton of other shit I can get to. So we'll see what happens on Wednesday. If I'm feeling good on Thursday, we'll stream that Thursday as well. Friday, Jake, we need to figure out who we're having on Friday. I didn't have anybody lined up just yet, so we gotta get somebody for the spotlight. Fuck. Fuck. Oh my god. Here we go. And then, you know, Saturday's a fucking community night. Sunday and Monday are gonna be, you know. We'll have to flick Bond's web. Why did I say it like that? Why did you say it like that? Look, just keep an eye on the Discord. You'll figure out what the fuck we're doing, all right? You just everybody, you lurker, otherwise, thanks for sticking around. Go scatter off and, like, go sleep, go play games. I don't know, go do something. Go find something to, like, have a fun time with, all right? I'm gonna, like, walk for a second, then figure out where I am. Yeah. Bye.